Hello, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Hey there, Jeremy. Welcome. Good to have you here. Oh my, yeah, that's a bad story. That sucks. Yeah, I'll get into the whole scammer thing here in a little bit. I'm gonna let a few more people sort of come in here and just wait, make sure everybody got the updates or the notifications or whatever, and then we'll get into it. But many thanks to everybody that has already come in to the live stream and the chat. Hey there, Hardboiled. Welcome. Good to have you. Yeah, kind of a weird situation. Started last night about 3 in the morning. Slowly realized what I was looking at. Hey there, Diane. Welcome. Good to have you here, too. Thank you for joining us tonight. Many apologies. I, again, was planning to have episodes out earlier this week, but I ended up having some tire issues. I took my car in to get the tire fixed because it was losing air. And then got all the way back home and realized that it still wasn't holding air for some reason. And then I kind of realized... I don't know, kind of this morning, I decided one last time to go ahead and fill up the tire with air. And by today, it was still holding air. So I think what might have happened is they really did fix it. And they just forgot for some reason to refill up my tire with air. And so they literally allowed me to drive home on a completely empty tire. And then I got home and I was like, well, the tire's flat. So clearly they didn't fix it. So I was assuming it was completely sort of a botched job, or that they missed something, or maybe my tire had been flat and my rim got cracked, and so it was still leaking air despite the tire being fixed. So I couldn't figure it out, but after, I want to say about 24 hours now, it still hasn't lost any of the pressure that I can tell. So I think it might actually have been fixed. So here's hoping. Used a Yahoo email address. Yeah, kind of a similar situation. That was what gave me my first clue with this particular scammer. I'm not going to go into 100% of the details until I tell this whole story. But yeah, they used this website that it was like I saw the website that it was a real website. It wasn't like Hotmail or Gmail or whatever. And I know that's kind of hypocritical for me to say because I myself use Gmail, but it was like it was appearing to be from an actual website, but it just wasn't quite making the grade. And so I could tell right off the bat that something was wrong. And I'll go into more detail on that in a little bit. Hey there, Chrissy Shoreline. It's a cool name. Thank you for joining us here. I don't know if I've said that before, but yeah. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all being here. I know it's a Saturday night, and some of you got plans. Some of you, I don't know. Maybe some of you are at home. Again, I've been trying to get episodes out, but actually on the other side of things, it's just been horrible weather here. And pretty much horrible weather across the country, so I can't really complain too much because I know it's been sort of like a line that's been going across the country several different times, and everybody's getting hit by either snow or rain or whatever it is, and today was just nonstop, just torrential rain. And I went out for a little bit just to go to the store and get out for a little bit and get away from the command center and working and whatever, and it was just pouring rain, so... Yeah, that's not the worst idea, Jeremy. To have like a tire sealant. Although I will say, from the perspective of people who work on tires, they really hate that. It is a good thing to have in the event of emergency to get back to where you need to be. But I will say, from talking to car people in the past and knowing a lot of car people, they really, really, really hate it when people have put in the spray-in sealant that you kind of screw onto your valve there. So yeah, good and bad. It's kind of a black and white, certainly not black and white, but it's sort of a mixed situation. Hey there, Gary. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us here tonight. So I want to get part of this right. I don't know if I'm going to show any screenshots or not, but I mean, just crazy situation, and I think you guys will get it here. Did I? Hold on, I gotta grab my phone real quick. I realized I left it off screen here. Never had YouTube notify me that I'm live. That's weird. I got an email from YouTube letting me know that my video's live, which I don't know why I wouldn't know I was live. I'm broadcasting live. Okay, let's go back to the scammer's email here. So, let me get to the original email here. And we'll start talking about, hey there, Louise. Good to see you here. Did I say hi to Sue? I can't remember. I'm kind of, everything is going every which way in my head right now. It's just been a crazy situation all day. I've been getting emails back and forth from this person, and it's been kind of crazy. Because at first it really did seem somewhat legit. It was like I knew something was up, but at the same time it was like, this seems like it could be a very, very legit scenario. And you'll see why here in a second. But then you'll see where it begins to ultimately fall apart here. Hey there, Pam. Thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate you being here. So I have to open a web page here. Actually, I'll just do it on my phone. It's going to be a lot easier. This is like, I can't even remember how many times I've looked up this name. Okay, so I guess I might as well get into it. I can always repeat part of it a little bit later. I think we're getting a decent amount of people in here now, and so I don't want to hold everybody up too much and just procrastinate here. So I'll get into some of it and then hope that a few people start rolling in, and maybe I'll repeat a few things, I guess. Hey there, Emmy. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us. So, yeah, about 3 a.m. last night, I get this email from this person claiming to be I don't know exactly how to pronounce this name. It's either Marn or Marnie. It's Marne. Or was the COO of Instagram, and then recently was brought in to head up. Let me see here. She now Instagram, obviously, if you guys don't know, Instagram is owned by Facebook. So okay, here we go. Sorry, I thought I had already had this pulled up on my phone. I apologize. She moved from Instagram recently, which again it is owned by Facebook, but she was specifically the COO, the Chief Operations Officer of Instagram, right? And recently moved from Instagram back to full-on Facebook as, here we go, as Vice President of Global Partnerships and Business Development. And so about 3 a.m. last night, I get this email, and it says, this is Marnie Levine, and I work for clients, and it says based here in Los Angeles, right? And says, one of my clients' dad watches you on YouTube, and he has a birthday coming up, and we'd love to surprise him with a video from you. And it basically says, if you're interested in doing this, let me know, and we can work something out. And so kind kind of get excited at first because it's signed Marnie Levine, chief and businesswoman. And then at the bottom it says business marketing, 10010 Venice Boulevard, number 301 in Los Angeles. And also, hey there, Amanda, welcome. Good to have you here. Excuse me. It also references the address, which some of you may know is One Hacker Way in Menlo Park, which is the San Francisco area, the Bay Area. And that is the Facebook headquarters. That is where Facebook is. Nothing's there but Facebook. It's just pretty much Facebook. And so, hey there, Steve. Welcome. Hey, good to see you too, man. Appreciate you joining us. So she emails me at 3 a.m, and she references her name, which is clearly the famous business person at Instagram as well as Facebook, and then leaves in her business contact information the actual address for the Facebook headquarters in the Bay Area, which I've literally driven past. And so she gives me this message that, she wants to get this birthday message out for this client of hers. And so I'm thinking, it sounds somewhat, it's like, why would somebody that high up in the company be emailing me for this? So that's what kind of first set me off, that this is a little bit strange. But I was like, who knows? Maybe she knows somebody. Maybe she's just trying to keep everything on the down low because she doesn't really want to announce to everybody who she is or what she's doing or who she's doing it for. I don't really know, right? So I contact her back, and I say to her, thanks for reaching out. Sounds like fun. I'd be happy to help you out. Let me know any ideas and pertinent details, and I'll see what I can do. So the next morning at 11 a.m., almost exactly, she emails me back, and she says, awesome. That means a lot to me. And she says, we also have a lot of upcoming sponsorships that we think would fit perfectly for your channel, with pay, of course. As requested by my client, could you read this following message for their birthday? And it says, I don't know who these people are, but it says, hey, Kurt and Dave, it's 539. And I saw your video, which I don't have any idea what the video is, and you guys are hilarious. Keep up the good work. That she wants me to send her a video of this. So, hey there, Jade. I don't know if I said hey to Jade. Hey there, Mad Max. Good to see you. And yeah, so at this point, I'm like, okay, cool. She's giving me a name. She's giving me some information a little bit about it, but I'm not quite satisfied with the details. And so I start looking up all this information that she's sent me, as far as the contact details, the phone numbers, the addresses, and everything. And of course, I find out, well, it obviously is really Facebook's address, right? It really is One Hacker Way. And if you look that up on Google, you can confirm that Facebook's headquarters is in the Bay Area. I believe in Palo Alto, I think. I can't remember the exact place, but you can confirm that is their real actual address. And then I looked up the secondary address, and that's what really set me off, because I noticed that it was a office in Los Angeles, which is quite some ways away in California, if you know anything about California. And the office is probably about 4 or 5 hours at least away, and it's also registered as a temporary sort of shared office space that TikTok uses. And I thought, well, that's kind of strange. TikTok's actually sort of an app that was bought from a Chinese company. I don't know if it's owned by an American company or what, but I noticed that it was kind of a competing business, and I was like, well, that's kind of strange. So I said, not a problem at all. As you already predicted, I recognized your name in connection with Instagram and Facebook, and as a security precaution for both of us, please send me a link to the aforementioned person, whoever Kurt and Dave are, if you could send me a link to the video, but don't send it through email, send it to me through your verified Facebook account, because this person has a verified Facebook account because she is a real, this person she's claiming to be is a real Facebook executive. And so to this point, it's sort of checking out. And I say, no problem. Just go ahead and send me something from one of your verified accounts for both of our security purposes so that we can know exactly who we're talking with, and I can verify and make sure that I'm talking to the right person, essentially. Hey there. Hey, Farley Hill. Welcome. So the email comes from an actual website. It's not Hotmail. It's not a Gmail. It's called ityourmanagement.com. So knowing a lot about information technology and having worked with information technology in the past, I decided I'm going to do a whois lookup, which tells you when the domain was registered, who the domain's registered by, and how long it's registered for. And I find out this domain actually has only been in existence since July of this year. So I'm thinking that already throws some red flags up. But I know that executives sometimes can have back-end emails that are under different domain names for different security purposes. And so I decided again to offer her the chance to email me or to direct message me from her Facebook account, which is verified by Facebook. So we know it's actually her. And so she responds again to me. And now keep in mind that, again, in her signature, she lists the Facebook headquarters as her address, One Hacker Way. And again, if you look it up on Google, it will come up as Facebook's headquarters. She replies to me, "Hi, Matt. Unfortunately, that is not the same Marne as me. We just have the same name. Let me know if you're still able to do this. It's for a good cause." So, that's where it threw up real red flags. And so I start looking up these phone numbers. I start looking up information on her, and of course I looked at her actual verified Facebook account, and she references being in Los Angeles and working for clients in Los Angeles, right? And so I look at her recent post on Facebook. She's tagged her location on Facebook. She, in the last 24 hours, is actually in the Bay Area. She's not in Los Angeles. And so I started thinking to myself, this has to be some sort of attempt at phishing. This has to be some sort of attempt at getting my information, right? And so I emailed her back again. I said, I'm currently unable to verify your website due to its domain creation in July. I said to her, if you can verify your business somehow, I'd be happy to still assist you. But I then mentioned, I said, you mentioned One Hacker Way, which is the, and so I said, I'm sure you can understand my confusion here. Let me know if you can verify. And since then, she has not emailed me back at all. She just completely ghosted, completely, stopped contacting me whatsoever. But I mean, again, because I completely figured her out she literally uses conflicting information. She claimed to be the exact same name located in the exact same business park, which is specific to Facebook. I don't even know if anybody else has offices there. And then when I called her out on it and said, yeah, no problem, just send me a message through one of your verified accounts so I can verify your identity, and I'll get that video to you. I'd be happy to send one of your clients a happy birthday video. But what I quickly realized is what was really happening was that was the bait, right? She was trying to get me to make this fake video, which never would have went anywhere. Nobody would have ever seen. Anybody could have been this, what was it, Big Dave? Let me look at it here again. And a Kurt and Big Dave. And it's like, that's so generic. And you're not giving me the link to the video at all, and again, the domain registration. It was the website, not the website, but if you don't know about how websites work, there's two parts to a website. There's the server, which all your files are on, all your pictures are on, all your websites are on, everything like that. And then there's your domain name. And that domain name can link to anywhere, any computer, anything whatsoever, any IP address. But it's specifically registered to a single person, a single business, or whatever. Yeah, absolutely, Big Steve. Thank you, Emmy. Yeah. I've kind of prided myself in doing stuff like. What was that? Sorry, something dropped off my desk and made a horrible racket. Anyway, so yeah, her story just completely doesn't check out at all, And again, so the domain name is sort of like, it's just a link. Your website is really at an IP address, and your domain name links to that IP address. And so you can make it whatever you want. You can change it anytime. You can add multiple domains that link to the same website, whatever it is that you really want to do. And I noticed that if I tried to visit her website that she was emailing me from, you couldn't actually see anything. So I said, you also have no browsable pages on your website, which is not impossible. You actually can get email through a domain that you're not actually posting any sort of web content on. So you can do that. So I wanted to assume at first that maybe it was for privacy purposes. Maybe she was really contacting me, and maybe it was really her. But when I realized the TikTok thing, and that there really isn't a whole lot of correlation between Facebook and TikTok. They're owned by completely different companies. Obviously, Facebook owns itself, and TikTok is owned by, I can't remember, ByteShare or something. I can't remember exactly. I'll have to look it up later, but that's not really important. But, so yeah, I don't know if I hadn't seen any information about this being a scam. I haven't heard of anybody actually getting these type of emails before, but at the same time, it might just be a very new scam, and I don't know. But it was it looks really official at first until you check out all the information, and that's when it really fell apart. So it was not actually about my Facebook. She just was claiming to be this person who was used to be the chief executive or chief operations officer at Instagram, and is now working for all of Facebook and all of their companies essentially. And what I really think it was a YouTube hacking scam. She was essentially saying, hey, not only do we want you to do these happy birthday videos, or this happy birthday video to my big name client, which for someone her size to contact me and say, hey, I've got a client that really likes you and really would be, could we surprise them with a birthday message from you? And that's not necessarily an abnormal thing. So that part really checked out. It was when she emailed me back and said, but also we would really love to sponsor your videos in the future. And in parentheses it says, of course we pay. Well, that's what a sponsorship means. You're either paying or you're giving somebody free stuff, whatever it might be. That's just the definition of sponsorship. So the fact that she dangled, but we are paying for these, it kind of threw me off. Yeah, they do come through a lot. This is the first one I've ever seen of the Facebook scam. But yeah, you do get them a lot. Obviously, they're in different forms. I get a lot of Instagram scams a lot. The Instagram scams you want to be really aware of are the product reviews. I've had a couple people that are like, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We want you to review our product, but we can't just send it to you. That's not the way our system works. And so they'll say, what we're going to do is PayPal you the money, and then we want you to order our product from Amazon, say, and then once you get the product, write us a review. And so that too is a scam in which they're trying to sort of get either your credentials for your PayPal or your credentials for your Amazon. I don't know exactly which one, but it's that one's a pretty well-known scam. And yeah. Yeah, and I think probably at the end of the day, she probably had not actually seen my YouTube channel. I think that she probably just got it from a list and was just sending out mass emails to people saying, "Hey, we like your channel, and we have, this person who's a fan of you, and and it's their birthday coming up." Again, they probably didn't actually know who I was. So I think they were kind of surprised because they were very, very quick to reply at first, and it's been well over. Let's see, it is 8 o'clock local time here, and the last email I received from her was at noon. So it's been 8 hours, and in between me but okay, yeah. So I emailed her at 11:53 a.m., and so within under 10 minutes, she had already emailed me back to tell me, "Oh, sorry, unfortunately, I'm not that Marne," Just like, okay, well, that's kind of odd because you're using her address, her business address. It's like, it's obviously Facebook's address. So it's like, are you telling me that you own another business with the same exact name as this Facebook executive, and you're operating this business out of the same office park that she's operating out of, and essentially is completely owned by Facebook, and if it has any other companies there, they're probably Facebook related companies. And again, this company, I searched the entire internet for this company, which it says Iture Management is supposedly the name of her company, ITURE, which I thought was kind of funny because the more and more I searched it on Facebook, I realized what it really was a sort of a shortened version of expenditure management. It's the last end of expenditure, Iture, and then management after it. So it's sort of just a cop-out fake address that she sort of, or whoever this person is, I don't even know if it's a he, a she, where they're from, or whatever it is, but they clearly just cut the first part of expenditure in half and just left the ITURE at the end and then added management on it. And so, yeah. But again, it was literally created in July of 2019. It's registered for only 1 year, which is typically very unusual for a company like Facebook, even if they have, which is not unusual for them to have multiple company name, multiple aliases, multiple actual companies that are owned by a parent company. That's not unusual at all. It's like, what do you mean you're telling me, "Oh, sorry, you got the wrong person"? So they have the exact same name, literally to the spelling. You can find plenty of news articles about this person. If you want to look it up yourself, her name is spelled Marne, and then Levine, like Adam Levine, Levine. And she, again, is actually a real person that works at Facebook and is one of the top level people at Facebook. And so, yeah, to be like, "Oh, sorry, that's not me. That's I just have the same name as her." So you just happen to have the same name, just happen to have the same address, and you just happen to think that, all of your operations are happening out of Los Angeles, even though One Hacker Way is clearly in the San Francisco area. Yeah. And again, the Los Angeles address is TikTok's address. Again, you can look it up. This is public knowledge. It's not anything where I'm releasing people's information that doesn't want to be released. So I have no problem actually releasing this, and I'm not releasing her personal information because this isn't even really her. So she references 10010 Venice Boulevard, number 301. And if you look up TikTok headquarters or whatever, it will pop up as 10010 Venice Boulevard, number 301. Which it specifies 301 because it is a shared office space that can be rented out by many different businesses. And yeah. And so I was like, well, those are two competing businesses. Why would you have TikTok's address as well as Facebook's address? And you don't work at TikTok. You work at Facebook now, and you previously worked at Instagram. So, it's like the world knows who you are. So clearly something's awry here. And why aren't you contacting me from a Facebook address or an Instagram address? Because on the back end, they could have their own email addresses, even though, like, I can't sign up for an Instagram email address. I can't sign up for a Facebook email address. But the executives can still receive email at Instagram.com or at Facebook.com or whatever name they want, really. Yeah, not a common name at all. And clearly a very famous name with her recently. And I'm assuming that this person probably saw that in the news because it really is recent news that she took over the. Again, I have to go back to my browser here, but she took over as VP of Global Partnerships and Business Development. And so, yeah, I was like, and again, I knew from my past experience working with different celebrities and working with different public figures, even the limited amount that I've done, I kind of knew in the back of my head, I was like, if I say this and it's the real person, and I say, for both of our security purposes, I'm going to have to verify who you are. Just send me a quick message from your verified account. If that was indeed her, she would have really appreciated that. She would have really appreciated the fact that I cared about her security, that I tried to protect not only my security, but her security, and that I really tried to legit verify who she was and not just gave out weird information to some catfish that maybe could have somehow used it against even that person. So it was one of those things that was like, there's no way this is true at this point. Hey there, Bronx boy. A jade plant? No, it's called a bush on fire. It's not doing extremely well for whatever reason. I've had a little bit of mold issues in the soil. Not bad mold, not like black mold or anything like that, but it's I recently replanted it, and it started developing a little bit of white mold or some sort of I'm not sure exactly, some sort of fungus in the dirt. And I've noticed that with a few other plants where it seems like maybe I went a little bit too big with the plant, or with the with the planter, and they're maybe not using up the water quick enough, and so with the water left over, it's able to grow this extra, a fungus essentially, because it's not, it's too much for the plant to take in at one time. So I've been having some bad luck with it, unfortunately. I'm hoping that it does a little bit better because it's really supposed to grow quite big. You can buy them at that size, but you can also buy them like 3 feet tall. They're an amazing, beautiful plant. So I'm really hoping that it does better. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that it can be mites. I just saw somebody. It was kind of funny because it was on Facebook. It was because I was looking up all this stuff today. And they said they had a spider plant that had developed mites, and if anybody could please offer them any natural remedies to help eliminate these mites, they'd be really appreciative. The problem was this right here. Is a. Whoa! I just hit my nose. So behind me is a big version, and this is a smaller version of a spider plant. Right here, this is a little baby that's been rooting in water for a while. What they showed on Facebook that they wanted to get rid of mites was actually a marijuana plant. So they kind of, I think they were hoping that people wouldn't realize what it was, but it was very clear what it was. And it was very clear that it was not a spider plant. So they were obviously probably living in an area where it wasn't quite legal yet. And so they were trying to find a natural remedy so that the plant was still usable, and didn't want everybody to know that that's what it was. But they at the same time took a picture of it and put it on Facebook. So I just thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, so that happened while I was doing the research today too. But yeah, just a strange day. So yeah, again, beware. And of course, any YouTubers out there, be on the lookout. They're probably going to contact you. I'm sure they've contacted more than one person. Yeah. They did know my exact YouTube channel, though. I will give them that. I guess I can't say I'm going to give them that like they won something, but clearly they had done some research into it. And it wasn't just like a generic, like, oh, we like your YouTube channel, because that's how it started off. But then when they said, well, here's what message we'd like you to send, it literally quoted 539 Productions. And so I was like, well, maybe it could be real. You never know. You really never know in some cases. And again, sometimes they do use these private servers and private domain names just for the email. Hey there, Valerie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do sing, and I'm actually currently in the process of writing an album. Speaking of which, I can't show too many of them. I'm not going to show the lyrics right now, but these are actually lyrics that I've been writing here. Some of them are actually on paper. I've been picking up at the hotels that I go to, like when I went to California, at the various hotels, or pretty much anywhere. When I went to Alabama, I did it too. But I would take the complimentary notepads from the hotels, and I've been using that to write the lyrics on. This is actually a really old song. This is kind of funny. This is probably over 10 years old, and I have it written on a really, really old work schedule of mine. So it has the hours that I worked many, many, many years ago. Yeah, maybe the pot plant guy and the Catfish should hook up. They can make their own fake strain. Oh, diluted dish soap. I'll have to actually give that a shot, because I've got another plant. I don't. Yeah, you guys can't see it. It's next to this little piece of computer equipment here, and it's starting to suffer the same way, and which frustrates me because it's a low light plant, so you can't just put it in direct sunlight and kill all the extra stuff on it. It really needs the low light, so it's frustrating. Yeah, and I really have noticed, I'll have to look closer and see if it maybe is the mites, because I have noticed that the mites do kind of look vaguely white and stringy and whatever. So I'll have to look, because they have spread. I have my a couple other succulents here that are kind of suffering, and then the fern here that's kind of suffering, and then none of the other plants on here, none of the money trees or philodendrons or anything are suffering at all. They're all doing great. And then, yeah, the bush on fire is having a real issue. And then the big philodendron back here, the Swiss cheese, monstrosa, or I think I'm saying that wrong. But anyway, that one's having a slight issue. So I don't really know. But yeah, it's kind of frustrating there. I don't know. I don't know much about TikTok. I know that TikTok was at one time a Chinese company, and I know that there's an American TikTok, which is called TikTok, and then there's another app that is the Chinese version of TikTok, and that's built, or not built, that was created to sort of allow people in China to still use it, but at the same time still go through all that crazy Chinese censorship, so they can't really see half of everything. So I don't know if it even connects to the American version at all. I was kind of wondering if you could, yeah, just kind of scrape it off the bad stuff. I've been thinking about that. A good question, Valerie. Yeah, I was trying to film this week, and then I had the car issues with the tire. I think that's technically solved right now. I might have to take it back in. But there was supposed to be a Wednesday episode, and then I took my car in, and it seemed like it just wasn't getting fixed, and I never could get out. And now it's been torrential rain the entire day, pretty much. And so I've been kind of disappointed about that too, because if everything was fixed and it was holding air, I was going to head out on the road today, but then it was just terrible. So mint, I've never thought about that either. I did not know that. Thank you, I appreciate that, Bronx boy. I used to have a mint plant, but I don't have it anymore. It didn't do too well. I don't know if it liked the bright light, and it just didn't really like the this is sort of a it is sort of a southwest, so it gets plenty of bright light, but only in the evenings. So I don't know if that's a problem or not. I don't really know. Obviously, I mean, I know it's different for every plant, so I'm just not sure on the ones I'm having issues with. They've been doing pretty well thus far, but now they seem to be suffering a little bit. The song, what are they about? They run the gamut. I'm not a big love song person. I'm just not. I'm kind of a loner anyway. Hey there, Roy. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I'm not the biggest love song person. Again, like I said, I'm kind of a loner anyway, and so there's not much of that. There is a few older songs that I have that are kind of relationship based, and then I've been trying to write some actual travel based songs, sort of, I don't know, just sort of my life experiences, just everything I've gone through, everything, all the ups and downs of this whole experience over the past few years. I mean, I feel like that it sounds a little bit more cheesy than what it really is. It's not going to be just songs about driving, if that makes sense. It's more just sort of an emotional type album about being on the road and being and traveling, and the different, like I said, the emotional ups and downs of everything over the last few years, and everything that I've been going through. So it's a big mix up, and then some of it's just sort of philosophical in nature. Yeah, it's not just about my experiences. Some of it's just about my ideas and how I see the world. I do technically have a sort of grow bulb. I don't really use it for the plants, but if you can see the vague sort of purple cast in the background there, I do have a black light, an LED black light, which really is the type I got was meant as a grow light. So technically it is a grow light, but I don't typically point at any plants to use it as a direct grow light. So kind of yes and no. The album will be a fusion album for sure the first time. It's going to be sort of a mix of, I would say sort of a punk rock, EDM, and slightly hip-hop mix. It's definitely going to be fusion. I'll probably just make a solo album. Probably going to create all the beats and everything by myself on my own. And then I'll probably overlay a lot of guitar riffs and things like that I create myself with the actual guitars that I have, whether it's the acoustic guitars, the electrics that I have, or maybe even the ukulele. Although I do have a different idea for the ukulele. But, yeah. Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate that. Yeah, it should be worked out here soon. And in fact, I think I kind of already have the car issues worked out. So Assuming that the weather is decent tomorrow, which I probably should actually check. Um, I'm gonna try and get out on the road tomorrow and do like an early morning filming, and then come back and if I can edit quick enough, actually release something by tomorrow evening. That's my hope. Because again, I have locations in mind to do. It's not a problem of locations. I know exactly where I was planning to head, and yeah, it was like on the first good day, the first sunny day I had, um, my tire was just flat, and then I took it in, brought it back home, and then it was flat again, and then it started raining, and it was just ridiculous. So the first snowfall, I really don't know anymore. Um, in the excuse me, in the past, it's always been like right now. In about the past 10 years, it's usually like we'll get like a brief small snow, maybe like middle of November, and then it'll be nothing until like January, and then it'll hit really, really hard in January, and usually within a few weeks it melts completely, and then we'll have like a few other smaller snowstorms, and then it's just done. So it's a real weird sporadic sort of winter here. It's been that way for about 10 years now. I remember actually kind of the last days of the last little bit of my car club days. We were still going out and hanging out in December. And I remember specifically there being a December where it was like it got all the way up into the 70s. There's no way to predict it anymore. Yeah, I'm really excited to try out the music. Not try it out. Obviously, I've been doing music for my entire life. I've been playing guitar since I was about 14, and I've been playing music since I was about 8. Probably 7 or 8, and then I've been singing since as far as I can remember. So, yeah, I'm excited to do it. I've got a lot written. I have books and books of songs already written, but I did want to write some of it to be relevant to my current life and not just kind of throw together this weird smattering of songs. So I did want to kind of at least make it a theme for the first little bit of music. So, and I don't know exactly. I'll probably release a lot of it on YouTube. I've been thinking about other platforms, whether it's Spotify or SoundCloud or whatever. Some of them, I think SoundCloud, I had to email and tell them that I was intending to release an album, and they still haven't gotten back to me yet because they have a sort of a limited membership type. It's real dangerous on the roads. There's nowhere for the water to go. It's super soaked, which is one of the main reasons that I haven't got back out to do the part 3 of the Lost Graveyard series. I was intending to go out and to do that as soon as the fall hit and as soon as all the plants started dying out, because I knew I'd have a better chance. I even had a few people mention it in the comments, and it's just been so rainy that it's still too flooded to even touch, even though the plants are starting to die off and it'd be easier to spot. It's all going to be underwater at this point, unfortunately. But yeah, so basically just waiting for a few dry days, a few dry weeks. I don't even really know at this point. So yeah, the weather this year has been especially bad and especially rainy. So but yeah, excuse me, sorry. The Dickies. No, I've really haven't ever listened to anything of theirs. Or maybe I have and I just don't remember. I'm not really good at names. So I find a lot of times that people will ask if I've heard a certain band, and I really think that I haven't, but then when I hear their music, I've heard a bunch of it. So, it's one of those things. I'm not really good at memorizing stuff like that. It always takes me years and years, even to memorize like the names of my favorite rock stars or actors or whatever it might be. It always just takes me a really long time. So I don't know what the deal is with that. And very much names in general. I don't know what it is. Even with people that I meet in real life, it's like I'll meet somebody probably 3-4 times before I finally even have their first name memorized. But other stuff just comes to me like it's second nature. So I don't know how to explain it. I have a weird memory. Not necessarily a bad memory, because I can remember these weird small details from the craziest parts of my life, and oftentimes I'll bring up stuff even with friends or whatever and say, hey, you remember when we did this? And they won't even remember it. But at the same time, if you were to be like, oh, who was that? That actor that you watched in a movie a couple months ago, and I just can't remember for the life of me. Like I to sort of give a really horrible but obvious example, I think it took me about 10 years to memorize Bruce Willis's name, even though back in the day I watched tons of movies. You know, whether it's Die Hard or whatever it might be. I watched all of these movies, and I couldn't tell you, looking at him, that was Bruce Willis. I just knew that I knew who it was. Yeah. So it's really strange. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, so I'm again hoping to get out tomorrow, hoping to be back on the road. I've got pretty much everything ready to go, assuming that the tire cooperates. Again, I really honestly think that it actually wasn't technically done wrong, though there wasn't actually a leak that continued, but I really honestly think that they really fixed it, but they forgot to reinflate the tire. I really think that's what it is right now, because it's going on. Yeah, I think it just now passed the 24-hour mark. And when I initially got it home, by that night, my tire was flat. And I think that maybe it just had been flat all along, and I didn't realize it. I had driven it home like that. The Mandela effect. Yeah, that's a crazy one. I do remember some crazy stuff that didn't, like, I think everybody kind of has those moments. The Mandela effect, if you don't know, is sort of like a multiverse theory where different realities can merge with each other. So sometimes people seem to memorize or remember things differently from the past. Some of them being like the Berenstain Bears, different logos from different companies, all kinds of different things, different times when celebrities had passed away or whatever. Yeah, and I've definitely had a bunch of those. I remember, and for whatever reason, I don't know if it's, again, a false memory or whatever, but I remember stories of different celebrities passing away, and then I see like an interview pop up where it's a brand new interview, and they're completely alive, they're doing fine, and yeah, I don't know what it is. Again, I think it's information, especially in the age we're in now with all the our access to the internet and how much information we can absorb. I think it's definitely possible that I'm just merging two different things together and two different people together and thinking that something happened when it really isn't. But at the same time, there's a lot of evidence out there that there's a lot of people that remember things in two completely or several completely different ways. I would love to get run flats. The crazy thing is we really don't need tires with air in them. We have technology. I think that they outlaw it literally for like police chases and things because they can't pop your tires. But they actually have technology that's been out for a while, and it's sort of like a spring-based tire where it's like there's hundreds, if not thousands, of little almost shocks that come down to the surface of the tire from the inside, and so it provides the same sort of resistance as what a regular tire would, but at the same time you can't just puncture it and have it blow out. But I think that the police kind of persuaded I don't know if it's laws that got enacted or that the technology was just shelved, but they sort of figured out a way to get that pushed back so that they could still put the spike strips out when they had like high-speed chases or whatever. 11 guitars. Yeah, I wish I had that many. I have 3 currently, plus my ukulele and my banjo-style mandolin. Kazam. I don't remember Kazam. I don't remember what it was. Yeah. And I don't understand why the tire industry doesn't do it, just do it themselves. It kind of surprises me sometimes when they just completely shelve technology. I understand kind of why, and I'm sure at the end it just comes down to profit margins. But at the same time, it's like, why not just make the technology yourself instead of being left in the past, Hey, Todd, welcome. Good to have you. Doing all right. Getting back in the swing of things. Wanted to do an episode, or not an episode, but a live stream tonight. I am still going to try to do the podcast tomorrow. I know tomorrow will be exactly a week since we did the first altar podcast, so I am going to try to do that again tomorrow. Grant's wishes or something. And then supposedly there's no evidence that it ever existed. Yeah, I don't understand the whole tire thing. A lot of it's convenience, and some of it's really messed up because some of the tire laws are actually based on the road and not safety. Like, so in a lot of areas, like, it's illegal to use tire spikes or to use chains. Where, like, if you go to certain areas, like in Canada on the highways, chains are required for certain vehicles so that they have traction because it's just safer, and or spikes are used in the tires, sort of like cleats in your shoes, so it gives you better traction when you're on the road. And a lot of places outlaw that because it tears up the road. But the problem is that it also makes the people on the road safer, and so they literally legislate against safety. They legislate for their own pockets, essentially, to make it cheaper for them to fix the roads. You're not allowed to have the safest equipment on those roads as you'd like to have. So I know, at least for a certain period of time, I don't know now, but chains and spikes were completely illegal in this area for a long time. Again, I don't know what the laws are right now, but I think it's ridiculous that you literally can get fined for using technology which will literally save your life. And I've definitely been in those situations where it's like you don't know what's going to happen because your car's sliding on ice and there's traffic coming up and you don't know if you're going to be able to stop in time. You don't know if you're going to be in a wreck. You don't know if you're going to be in a hospital or what it is. And they literally make it illegal to save your own life, essentially, which I think is just ridiculous. It's like, if it costs a little bit extra to fix the roads, that's not a problem because at the end of the day, that saves lives. And if you're legislating for your own pocketbook, then shame on you. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Again, I would say that it's probably at the end of the day, whatever the nowhere technology is. Again, yeah, businesses a lot of times shelve technology, which will take profit out of their hands, which is kind of a newer type thing. If you think of like even like tools like Craftsman, a lot of times had complete lifetime warranties on their products, and if you bought a hammer from them and it broke 10 years down the line, you could send it in and they'd send you a brand new one or send you credit to get another one at the store because they stood behind their products, and they just don't do that anymore. Now they literally plan your various products to fail in a certain amount of time so that they can get that reoccurring income, that reoccurring profit. So yeah. The idea that businesses are out there to make quality products that will last for a long time is kind of a myth. They're actually kind of designed to fail in a lot of ways now. Not everything, but some things. Yeah, there's a lot of corruption on both sides of the aisles. Yeah, for different reasons, and yeah, and everybody's pocketing, from somebody. Everybody's taking that nice corporate money, and yeah, there's no specific party. They all do it. It's kind of ridiculous. So yeah, yeah, it's frustrating. I think there's a core group of people on both sides that are sort of your logical type people who are like, let's end all this, let's cooperate, let's figure out the right way, and that's the way I am. I don't attribute my political beliefs to any one party. I just want to know the correct thing. If anything, I wish we would create a new party. A brand new party and just be the party of facts and science. Like, if it's correct, let's go with it. Who cares if it's labeled conservative? Who cares if it's labeled liberal? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day who claims what, as long as it's the correct thing to do. Let's just go with the correct way. It's like, let's use some math. Let's do our math. Let's figure out the numbers. Let's figure out if your way is right or your way is right, and then let's go with it. Because I've definitely seen people on both sides of the aisle be completely wrong for stupid reasons, and it's like you're basically going off of emotions, right? And you're not going off of facts. So let's just all agree whatever the facts say. At the end of the day, we're just going to give up and say, you know what, you're right. We're going to do it your way. And I think the world would work out a lot better. Hey there, Laura. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you here. So yeah, that's my only really political argument that I make these days. It's just like, if it's correct, just do it. Don't worry about who's correct or why they're correct. Well, worry about why they're correct for sure, but don't worry about who it is. Don't let your emotions dictate who to go with. Just let the facts dictate that. Oh, missing a few things here. The Georgia Guidestone. I think I've heard of that. There's some interesting stuff in Georgia I've been wanting to film. It might be what you're talking. There's weird set of, I don't know if it's the guide stones. I don't know 100% if that's what you're talking about, but there's like a grouping of sort of like Stonehenge-ish type rocks with these weird sayings and weird poetry and things all over them. There's some stuff like that in Indiana too. I've been wanting to film. It's not as well known. Yeah, there's definitely somebody always trying to profit off of something. Yeah, because I've noticed that on no matter which party, no matter which side of the aisle you're watching, if you watch the debates, the things they always say most is what the American people want, especially if you're in the United States, obviously, or only if you're in the United States. But it's like everybody knows what the people wants, but nobody cares what the math adds up to. It's like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day who wants what and who knows what. It's just, again, it just matters what's actually correct. Don't tell me about hopes and dreams. Don't tell me about thoughts and prayers. Tell me cold hard numbers. If we implement this system, this is why it'll work, and this is how much money it'll save, and this is how much we need to tax people. It's like it's really just a common sense type approach. Go with the math. Whatever it is, just go with the math, go with the science, make sure it's correct. And I think it's ridiculous that in 2019 we still have debates with politicians where they're talking about feelings. It's stupid. And I think people all around the world will be very refreshed, I think, if candidates literally came to the debates with graphs. Show why your plan works. Show me the numbers. Show me how long it's going to take, how much it's going to save us, what the effects are, what it's going to do. Just show people numbers, show people a little, and that's respect. To me, if you tell me this is what the American people want, that means you just don't know crap. Like, you don't know. Yeah, every party claims that, right? This is what the people want. Yeah, well, they're usually almost 50-50, so of course you can claim that, Half the people want this, half the people want that, but nobody can agree on what the math says. So just agree on what the math says, and then everybody wants that, right? Because everybody wants success, so let's just all go with the math. And that's what people want, And I think people would be way more willing to admit that they're wrong, too, on both sides of the aisle. Which I don't even think there's not even really a both sides of the aisle, right? I mean, there is kind of in our modern day, even around the world, our modern day political systems, but in a lot of countries, there's, 2 or 3 parties, maybe even more, And so, no one group of people can really claim that they truly have their finger on what the people truly want. But at the end, it doesn't really matter what the people want. It matters what's actually going to work, and how can you explain to people that that's why it works. Yeah. Well, I will say this. I heard a great argument the other day. I think people say elites and elitism and all that, but I will say I would steer the conversation in slightly different. I would say the powerful. Because if we're talking about elite, it's always good to follow experts' advice. If you're having heart problems, you go to a heart doctor. If you're wondering, why certain things happen in a car or on the road, it's like you go to, a mechanic. If you're wanting some sort of assistance with fixing your computer, you go to an IT guy. You're not going to ask your dentist how to fix your computer. You're not going to ask your computer guy how to fix your teeth. To some extent, to some extent, elitism is a good thing because everybody should, to a certain extent, trust professionals. But at the same time, just because you have money and power doesn't make you a professional, and just because you're in a political office doesn't mean that you're qualified. It just means that you got voted in. So, yeah, I'd say it goes both ways. But yeah, I mean, to have one group of people who claims to be the end all be all of knowledge, and to always go with them no matter what, and don't ever check it out, don't double check, don't look at other sources of information, that's definitely a bad sort of elitism. Definitely double check, definitely look at all the sources of information. Don't look at one media outlet, don't look at any one scientific paper or one scientist or one doctor or whatever it might be. Check it out, several different sources, make sure that you can verify that the information's correct. But at the same time, there is something to be said for trusting in people that have advanced knowledge and advanced education in certain fields. But yeah, it's different. It's just a very diluted system right now, I think, around the world. I'm not talking about any one country or any one, again, political party or anything. It's just, I think it's sort of it's the same everywhere, and it's the same arguments a lot of time. Everybody just wants to know, again, what the people want, and it's like, at the end of the day, that's not what it's about. It's about how do we do this the right way, and how do we make this the best possible world for everybody to live in. Yeah, there's a lot of financial gain to be had for being in certain positions, whether you're making it directly or indirectly. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it just needs to be fair, and people need to be able to sit on a stage and talk about facts. And unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to happen. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't want to get too far into politics. I'm trying to bring people together and not necessarily divide people, and I can do my best there, but people still have strong opinions on politics, and yeah, I don't want to start any fights. But yeah. But again, like I said, if we can somehow come to a consensus where we're just all give up, essentially, and say, look, whatever is correct, let's do that. No matter if it goes against what I used to believe and I have to adapt my beliefs, or if it completely aligns itself with what I believe, and and I can continue to be proud of that belief. At the end of the day, and I'm not talking about religious beliefs, I'm just talking about in general. Yeah, you can't just say, well, this is what I believe. Either it's right or it's wrong. We can add up the facts and come to a conclusion somehow. And we've all got to be willing to be wrong. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. That just means that you're learning. If you're wrong, cherish that. Be very thankful for the moments that you're wrong. Because those moments that you're wrong are the moments that you're learning to be a better person. You're learning to be a more educated person. You're learning the truth. So there's nothing wrong with that. Just accept it and move on. Yeah, and some of it, Luis, is just sort of a quality of people. Again, you got to get quality people to run for office too. So, sometimes it's just, again, the most excited people that run, not necessarily the smartest people, And again, since, anybody technically can run, as long as they get the right momentum behind them, they have a chance. And that's unfortunate in some ways because sometimes, the worst possible scenario is what happens. The worst possible people get voted in and give us solutions that just don't work. you know, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if somehow we could make it so that money just wasn't a part of any of it. I think it's coming to that with the internet because, I mean, you think if we could get people that were solely just broadcasting on free platforms, then maybe we really could take money out of the picture. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. At the end of the day, cooperation is always going to be better than conflict. You know, it it takes cooperation to build amazing things, and conflicts are what tear them down. So when we work against each other, it's destruction, and we work with each other, it's construction, right? And we can build stuff. You know, working against each other never built any high-rise buildings, but working with each other, we've built some pretty amazing things over the years, despite the fact that none of us can agree with each other. You know, we have some crazy, beautiful cities and some crazy, beautiful, amazing architecture out there, and that's all what we can accomplish when we work together. And then we have a lot of people that just fight and disagree with each other and can't come to conclusion on facts, and then we have cities where half the people enjoy the cities, and then half the people are, you know, maybe they're too poor to enjoy it, maybe they don't have access to certain things, you know. But you know, cooperation. Let's cooperate. We got to get along. We got to stop calling each other names and insulting each other, because that's not what running for office is. Again, it's about facts. If you're commenting on a person's looks or on a person's size or on, you know, are they a bad person? Are they a good person? Just, again, it's about facts and math and numbers, not about, you know, what do they look like, you know. So, I don't know. I can't remember what the Indiana one's called. It's all in a specific city. I can't give too much away, I couldn't give anything away right now because I can't remember the exact name of it. Inspired all of the weird artwork there, but yeah, I think you guys will enjoy it though. It's quite a big place. They're not big in area, but just in the amount of stuff that's there, different art projects, all kinds of crazy stuff. But I'm hoping to spend a couple days in that area and really blanket it really well. I think it'll make some great, a good multi-part series. Am I buffering? My apologies if I'm buffering for other people. Yeah, I can't tell from my YouTube stream, my dashboard here. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, I've been trying to adjust the settings. I need to upgrade some of my equipment, so I adjusted the settings down a little bit in quality to hopefully sort of be like a stopgap measure before I threw a bunch of money into upgrading all of my equipment. So I don't know how well it's working. I do know that I also am running out of space, which means a lot on computers. Once you get down to a certain percentage of your hard drive space, you do start seeing performance decreases too. They generally recommend, I think, you have at least 20% free space. So yeah, if you have like a 100 gigabyte hard drive, which is kind of small, but if you were to have that, you would want at least 20 gigs free. Or if you had a terabyte hard drive, you'd want at least 200 gigs free. And I think I'm just skirting that 200. And so as soon as I get down past about the 300, for me, if for some reason it seems like the 30% range, I start seeing these negative impacts on my system performance. So Yeah, I couldn't tell you whose end it's on right now. I have, out of the terabyte on my system drive, which I have several different drives that I've offloaded to, which is the unfortunate part because I also have like 3 terabytes of like backed up video and different media from all the travels and years of photos and everything. Yeah, 285 gigabytes out of 1 terabyte currently free on this drive. And then I have in my safe a 1 gigabyte backup drive and then another 2 gigabyte, wow. 1 terabyte backup drive and then another 2 terabyte backup drive in there. So I have 3 terabytes, not completely used, but probably about 2.5 terabytes worth of information, mostly in the last few years. Most of it's 539 stuff. Todd's stream's doing good. That's awesome. Good to hear that some people are having an okay time. It might be the weather in my area too. I really don't know. There's so many different weather events and crazy stuff going on around the country right now that it could be anything. I don't know, between all the blackouts that are going on in California and then the bad weather systems that are just flooding all of the Midwest and causing snowstorms in different places like I believe Nebraska had a huge, I think it was Nebraska and Wyoming, which was kind of odd because at the exact same time as I was coming home from California last year, I ran into the huge snowstorm, and that's when I posted the Instagram photos of like the 6 to 8 inch long icicles that I'd gotten on driving on I-80. You lost 3 minutes. Wow. I apologize. I'm sorry for that. I don't know what's going on. I hope it's not me, but at the same time, I also hope it's not you too, because I mean, I don't want anybody to have computer issues either. Hey there, Manya. Doing pretty well. I think I finally got some of my car issues figured out with the tires, so hopefully I'll be back on the road the next day or so. Hey there, Michelle. Yeah, happy to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's been just a crazy few weeks. And then, like I said, it was my birthday a few weeks ago, and so I've been trying to kind of take a break. And then on top of that, there's been a lot of conversation going around YouTube recently about YouTuber burnout. And I can say 100% that I've definitely been one of those people. I worked about 60 hours a week on YouTube for about 3 years straight. And then when I started having sort of the issues the last few years, it sort of took an extra large toll. While I was starting to do well and starting to really grow, it was like, okay, whatever. It's hard, but it's still fun. But when the problems started to happen with different notification issues and the views sort of dropping, not just for me, sort of across the board, and my channel growth dropping off a little bit. Not terrible. It's still doing pretty well. I definitely get decent views, so I'm not really complaining, but at the same time, I did suffer from a little bit of burnout, and it was just like I just couldn't go at the rate that I was going. I think I can definitely get to that point again, or at least closer to that point again, where, you know, it's a little bit more consistent, but I had to take a few different larger breaks because it was to the point it was just driving me absolutely crazy. So I knew if I kept trying and trying to that level that it was just going to end up with me quitting altogether, and I didn't want that to happen. Yeah. So I've been just trying to take a step back and organize in a way that's the most efficient possible. And I realized that even with the extra videos this summer, it wasn't helping. And then I saw this quote, not quote, it was part of a video from Jenna Marbles, and she was saying the same thing. She said, you know, a lot of YouTube channels, myself included, out there have thought in the past that if I just double my content, I can double the amount of viewers, I can double the amount of subs coming in, I can get more exposure, and I can help myself out, and it just doesn't work. There's like this weird sort of threshold for every channel. Some channels can do daily content, some channels can do a couple times a week, some channels work better at once a week, and it's just dependent upon your channel, your audience, the type of content you're pushing out, the rate that you're pushing it out, and sometimes it's worth it to cut back a little bit instead of trying to constantly do more and more and more. No, I'm definitely not quitting. I have no desire to quit. I don't know where else I fit in anyway. Honestly, art's all I've ever done. Whether it's music, whether it's photography, whatever the case might be, or whether it's, creating these episodes here on YouTube. I've always been more comfortable in a place where I can be creative. And it's one of the reasons that I don't do information technology work anymore, because I just always felt like I was living out somebody else's dream, somebody else's business. It's like I was fixing somebody else's computer, and it was like at the end I just liked using technology, and it was like I don't want to fix a bunch of broke technology, and I don't necessarily want to manage some crazy large businesses network, even though I'm qualified to do it, and I'm absolutely am. I'm very much capable of managing thousands of computers across a huge network or multiple networks, and I could be making a good amount of money doing so, and in the past I have made really good money doing it, and I've got a lot of crazy opportunities doing IT work, but at the end of the day, I was living somebody else's dream, and I just could not do that anymore. And so to even take a financial hit to be able to do this was very much worth it, because it was like at that point where even then I was like, I just want to give up. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be looking for. They can have a back-breaking job that isn't necessarily what they love to be doing, because they do something outside of work that they love, and that's what they focus on. But for me, with my career, it had to be something I loved, because I don't have much else besides that. That is me, and I just don't fit well in that either. If I don't believe in something, I just don't work hard at it. I'll work hard to a certain extent, and then if I feel like I'm not either being appreciated, or I feel that I don't see a future in it, or that I'm not really enjoying what I'm doing, or see the worth in it, then it just falls apart, and I can't do it. And that's why I think that I came here, because I found a place where I fit in, and not necessarily YouTube, just social media and creation, in general. Whether I end up, doing only YouTube and Instagram and these small amount of social media, or whether I sort of spread my wings and make it into doing movies or television shows, or whatever the case is, I just want to do it. I just want to create. Yeah, you definitely need money, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's okay to accept less to do something that you truly love, I think. Thank you, Luis. I appreciate that. I try my best to learn and always be learning and always be improving myself. I try to learn a little bit every day. Like I said, I kind of my policy and my theory over about the last 10 years has been, again, like I said earlier, be happy to be wrong, because then you learn something. So it's like, I sort of look for that now. How can I prove myself wrong? How can I find a bit of information that says, what you've been talking about here, what you've learned all along is completely incorrect, and you should upgrade your belief system and upgrade, not belief system. That sounds so religious. I don't mean that in a religious way. But how can you expand your mind, just a little bit more each and every day? And to me, that's proving myself wrong. find whatever information possible, and then bring that together and come out with a picture of what I consider to be the truth and consider to be, my life and everything really, whether it's science or whether it's my career or whatever it might be, and just sort of find my own place to fit in. Sorry, I keep playing with my hair. I need to get a haircut, and it bugs me and I play with it too much. But yeah, so that's like my new goal in life is just learn as much as I can on an everyday basis, even if it's like stuff I don't necessarily need. I loved going on YouTube and just looking up stuff. I watch all kinds of different channels, whether they're automotive channels or technology channels or whatever the case may be, and I think it's fun to just to learn how things work and to be able to apply that, and utilize it for, even my YouTube career. Oh, is that like a stereotypical like ghost hunter lines or whatever? So I always try to, whenever I work with like different channels, I always try to work with people who are willing to be like, no, that wasn't like that's why I like Cryptid Hunter and like Urban Ghost, Urban Exploration, because they're kind of, they're believers, but they're also skeptical too. Like I remember once when I was in Alabama with Joe, and I saw this chandelier going back and forth and back and forth, and I was like, "Do you see that? It's moving." And immediately he just looked at me and goes, "Oh no, I bumped that with my head. That's not real. That's not a ghost." And it was like, and with Xavier from Cryptid Hunter, when we were in the abandoned mine with the dolls, and he did the dowsing rods. The first thing he told me before we started filming was, "Hey," and I'll say this verbatim. I apologize. It was a little bit of harsh language, but he said, "Call me on any of my bullshit." He said, if I am moving my hands in any way, shape, or form, and that is the cause of these rods moving, say it immediately, even on film. He said, "I don't care." He said, "I'm a skeptic. I do this to try and prove what's real and what's not." And he said, "If you ever see anything that I'm doing, just tell me that I'm wrong. Or if you see something that I'm the cause of it and not something like paranormal or unexplainable or whatever you want to call it." So that was why, one of the reasons I have so much fun with a lot of these people. It's like, because, if something strange does happen, you generally know it's something unexplainable or something that you're excited about, whatever the cause may be. And so, like, when you go back and you hear those crazy sounds coming from, these places or these strange things happening, that really happened. Those were not scripted events, and very much those people will not only call themselves if they're wrong, like Joe, but will ask you, make sure that I'm doing the right thing, make sure that I'm not causing something that in turn I'm mistakenly think is correct. Yeah, I kind of have a habit of calling people bro all the time too. I do have a very, like, I try to narrate videos in a very professional manner, and so I do have a personal way that I talk to. So I am kind of sort of a typical, I don't know if you call it typical, but I do have a I don't know what you would call it, just slightly different banter when I'm talking to somebody off camera is what I'm talking to on camera. I have a very friendly sort of hey dude, hey bro sort of thing. So I do it too, but it's usually off camera. Um, yeah, I would say that I don't know that Xavier is necessarily religious, but I would say yeah, he's very spiritual. He does believe in the paranormal very much, but at the same time, he's a skeptic uh, to the degree that he doesn't want to believe in something that's false. He just wants to, at the very least, know that it's unexplainable and it's not something that he's doing by mistake. Same with Rob and Joe. You know, it's like they'll freely tell you if they accidentally did something, if they bumped into something, if they caused a noise, or if it's leaves rustling, or if plenty of times I've seen Joe's videos where he's like, "That's not a ghost. I think there's a bear in the woods, and we need to get out of here because it's dangerous now." And if you go back, you can completely verify that, anybody here. And so it's where they have opportunities to claim and nobody might know, because when he's pointing that camera back there in the woods and saying, hey, that's a bear, it's not necessarily visible on camera, and so he could claim whatever he wants. He could say that's a ghost, that's something paranormal, maybe that's aliens, who knows what it might be. But at the same time, very honestly, it's, oh no, there's a bear in there and we need to get the heck out of here, Oh, big, like, I thought you meant their channel big. Yeah, oh yeah, they're big dudes. They are very, I don't know, if Joe and Rob ran into anything, they'd break anything they ran into. They're not like, they're like all muscle. They're like both hardcore bodybuilders and like well over 6 foot, which is hilarious because whenever I get together with them, it's always weird coming up with good camera angles because it's always my 5'4" body standing next to their like 6'3", frame. It always looks strange, but yeah, for sure. I think it happens. It doesn't always make it onto film. A lot of times it does, but it doesn't always. Oh, I'm not. I don't know if I know who that is, Jade. Is that from probably one of the reality shows? Yeah. The unfortunate part is that some TV shows, sort of have that injected drama. It's sort of like reality series. It's like some of it's real, whether it's like your Jersey Shore series or you're like Keeping Up with the Kardashians or whatever. It's like some of it's real, but then some of it's like, a producer was like, hey, can you guys get into an argument about this for a little bit? And it kind of takes on that awkward feeling like, are they really arguing or are they just doing this for the camera? Yeah, and I think some of the TV series have definitely been like that. And it's almost been comical in a way to the point where people make fun of it. So yeah, that's why I like that some of the up and coming people are a little bit more authentic with it, I have heard of the flower thing. I've never tried it. It makes me nervous because I remember back in the day, flowering used to be sort of a thing like egging people, where you'd like flower somebody's car and it's supposed to like stick on it forever. And so it always worried me that it was like this weird form of vandalism, and I didn't want to like potentially do something that might permanently damage something, or at the same time maybe it's not permanently damaging it, but at the same time the police might think it is. I didn't want to put myself at risk to have somebody walk in and be like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you putting this powdery substance all over the side of a gravestone? I have also thought of doing different photography techniques, like with the infrared, to get like an up-close infrared when I have a little bit more stable way of doing it. I need to get my adapter finally. I have the infrared filter, but it's designed for my bigger lenses on my my regular DSLR, which I should upgrade to another DSLR so that I can film with it. But yeah. I was thanks for joining us, Emmy. I appreciate that. Sorry I missed your comment there for a minute. Yeah, thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the metal surfaces. It seems like for some reason with metal surfaces, when it mixes with like the flour, I've heard that it literally won't come off the cars. Obviously, that could be completely the opposite when it comes to like stone and cement and things like that. So yeah, I don't know what the difference is, but yeah, that's why it made me nervous about it. Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Thanks again. And then there was another technique somebody was telling me about. What was it? Oh yeah, not a new technique, but the shading, or what is it called? When you put the paper over the top and you know, with like a crayon or something like that, you go over the top of it, and then any place where it's indented enough, the crayon or marker or whatever you're using won't show up as heavily, and anywhere it's a solid background, it will show up very heavily. And so even though you might not visibly be able to see where the letters are and what the dates are, by doing that you can, I think it's a stenciling or something like that, even though technically I don't think that's an accurate name. Yeah, rubbing, yeah. It is rubbing. I said it wrong because the rubbings are even popular with different situations. Like when you go to Washington, D.C., if you go to like the memorials, which are in perfect condition, you'll a lot of times see family members that are going to like the wall and going to one of their loved ones' names and actually doing the rubbing there so they can take it back with them as like a memento. So yeah, I really I would like to try it sometime. I haven't, just I don't know. I again with the graveyards, as I've always said, I feel like it's probably just my own feelings because again, as I've said so many times on here, that 539 is more of an adventure travel series than anything else, and I feel like the more and more I do on that end, it sort of makes it more into the graveyard tours and all that, and I don't want it necessarily to become that, but at the same time I'm not opposed to trying that, so I would definitely do it. I probably wouldn't make it a huge habit of doing it, but yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it sometime. I think that would be all right, especially in certain situations. It just depends on what you're doing, I think, whether it makes sense for that scenario. So I'll probably end up doing it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with an overall better mix of everything, whether it's 539 and the different types of travel that I'm doing, or expanding the second channel here and starting to do music and starting to do the podcast and to do the bring back the full episodes and do different topics, and maybe even have a third channel and do something completely different. I maybe even doing some sort of fiction type work or something like that, So there's so many different things that I'd just like to do to expand the content coming out. I want to just come to a good balance, and I think that's where I'm at with things. So I just need it to be a better balance, and I think then it'll be healthier. So yeah, that's kind of where I am with that. But yeah, I have always been interested in the rubbings and different ways of sort of seeing what's on these stones that has sort of become almost impossible to see with like the naked eye, There's a lot of different fiction things that I have an interest in doing. I mean, I like all kinds of different media, whether it's, comedy, whether it's sci-fi, whether it's sketch type stuff or whatever it might be. That I would love to try a lot of stuff. I've never done specifically like writing for like fiction video type work, whether it's like a series or a movie or whatever. But I have some experience in writing. I did used to do. I actually started writing a novel years and years ago. I made it quite a ways in. I can't remember how many pages I had. I know I had at least probably around 50 pages written, and then I lost it completely, which is odd for me because I save everything. Like back to my very first computer, I have almost every photo, every document, anything important I've saved over the years, and I just can't find that. I literally have just going on half of a novel written of a fantasy series, sort of like a Lord of the Rings type series almost. Not quite, but vaguely that type of universe, the sort of medieval meets magic type thing like that. And I started writing that back in probably like 2002, 2003, and I got pretty deep into it. And for whatever reason, it was like the only document that I've lost from that particular computer that I was using. Otherwise, I have every photo from that computer. I have every photo from every computer. I meticulously have saved everything. And I have it all on multiple backups, multiple hard drives. I have it saved online, so I don't. And that was the one I actually lost. So I was really frustrated with that. Oh, no worries, Bronx Boy. Yeah, definitely let the pooch out. Thanks for joining us here. I'll have to strike up a conversation with Steve sometime. He's really big into the hip-hop and rap scene. I've found out a few people recently that used or still use ghostwriters. I don't want to throw any specific names out because I don't know if I'm remembering the correct people. Thanks, Elise. Appreciate you coming. Hope to see you in the next one. Yeah, and Jade, that's why I got so frustrated too. Is just because I've been so careful about it over the years. It's like, out of everything that I've saved, I can go through every little artwork piece, whether it's digital art that I created or photography that I created or ideas. I have songs that I wrote on a digital format, that text documents and whatever that I've saved. Ideas, inventions, and things that I wanted to create, business ideas, all kinds of stuff. I have planning from businesses that I did create that ultimately failed. I had a computer repair business for a while that sort of ended up falling apart for different reasons, and I still have documents from that and all the Photoshop work I did for it, and I can look all that up. But the one thing that probably would have been the best of my work is just completely gone. Oh yeah. There's a lot of borrowed inspiration on these things, and in a lot of TV shows in general, I've found are actually remakes of like older things, like plays. Like for instance, not necessarily to detract from them or to insult them, but like if anybody watched Sons of Anarchy, that's basically Shakespeare just remade into a newer format. I can't remember which play it was. It's obviously not like Romeo and Juliet, but I can't remember which one it actually is. But it's literally just almost a scene by scene remake. Just instead of rich, powerful families, it's bikers. But it literally you could get all kinds of spoilers just by going back and looking at the original Shakespeare play or Shakespearean play, and that's the storyline. I did back it up on an external. That's the crazy thing. I backed up the entire computer. Like, I have everything from that computer. I think that was one of my oldest laptops I ever had. And I still have the backup to this day in my safe. Everything except for that. I just don't know where that is. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it's hiding somewhere in a different labeled file and I just haven't discovered it yet. But I just, to the best of my knowledge, is completely gone. I have not found it yet. But I did back up that entire computer, which is what, like I said, confused me so much. Yeah, we're better at doing remakes these days than we are at creating unique material. Which is kind of why I think it's an interesting concept, but I would never do it, just because it's so overdone nowadays. Let's see what we're doing here. I might take a quick break here because I need to get a drink. I meant to grab a pop or something before I started the stream, but then I just got excited and wanted to tell everybody the catfish story. I should check and see if maybe, because they did know the right channel, so I'm almost wondering if they... No, they still haven't got back a hold of me. So 9.5 hours later, and the catfish is still not... So it clearly was fake. Obviously from the beginning, but I mean... It's one of those things as just trying to be a good business person. I wanted to make sure to at least check it out. It was like, well, if it's not fake, then I'd be stupid to pass up the opportunity. But if it's fake, then clearly I need to do something to warn people so that they don't... Because it does sound very innocent, you know. Hey, I have a client that really likes you. Would you mind doing a birthday video for him? Just wish him a happy birthday. And then it just ends up turning into something else. Well, oh my God, thank you so much for doing that birthday video. Maybe we could do a sponsored video and we'll pay you money. And that's where they get you. And then they'll want, oh, well, we weren't able to do this if you'll give us your password for this site so we can directly deposit the information, or oh, maybe give us your bank account information so we can do a direct deposit from our bank account to yours. It was just going to turn into something like that. So, I had a fake Facebook not CEO, but the hold on, I'll look it up again. It's she was claiming to be... I don't have the tab open. Okay. Oh, I must have accidentally closed. Hold on. Sorry. So I don't want to misstate it. So she was claiming to be Marna Levine, who is actually in real life used to be the chief operations officer of Instagram, and who is now the vice president of global partnerships and business development at Facebook. And she gave me Facebook's address in her signature, which is a typical thing for like a business person to do. They have a signature, usually their name, and then they'll have a phone number you can reach them at, a mobile number you can reach them at, the business name that they work for, and a lot of times a physical address for that business. And so it matched up with this person that actually existed at Facebook. But when I asked her to prove that she really was that person, she claimed, oh, no, that's not me. It's not, I just have the same name as them. And I said, well, that's probably inaccurate since you're also giving me the address for Facebook, which is one hacker way in California, in the Bay Area. But she was also in the same sentence claiming that she worked out of Los Angeles under a secondary address, which was TikTok's headquarters, which is another app that does like a short video. It's like Musical.ly, essentially. In fact, I think there might be some connection between the two. I can't remember exactly. I might be wrong in that. So yeah, it was like she literally gave me the address, headquarters for Facebook, claimed that she was this woman who literally was one of the top people at Facebook, and then essentially when I called her on it and said, "Well, prove it," she said, "Oh, that not that one." I was like, "Well, there is no other one. There's not somebody with your same exact name and same exact address, but works for another company." And again, that company is not even. Again, I looked up the domain name, and the domain name had been purchased in July of this year. So it was like, you're probably fake. Yeah. So it was a little bit a Nigerian prince. Yeah, I actually do have a funny one about that one. I did have somebody way back in the past who literally was a Nigerian from Nigeria. Was it Nigeria? Yeah, it was in Nigeria because I mean, I'm an IT guy, so I essentially I traced their connection. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but I was able to trace their connection in Africa to a specific coffee shop that they were sitting in, and so I said essentially, you've got 5 minutes to get out of the coffee shop that you're sitting in, or I'm reporting you and gonna have the place stormed. But I obviously I couldn't do that much, but it was I could scare him essentially because I actually knew where he was, and so I've actually had some experience outing some real Nigerian scam artists as well. But yeah. So that was my thing. Yeah, apparently, which I thought it was kind of odd anyway with the Facebook thing. It was like, okay, look, if you have a client who's a fan of mine and you're literally one of the top level people at Facebook running literally global operations for Facebook, she's not going to take the time out of her day to contact me to do a happy birthday video for one of her clients. She's going to just either have her client contact me, whoever that might be, or she's going to have her assistant or somebody else that's somebody else's job usually, not the head of global operations isn't going to be like, "Hey, you want to do a birthday video for us?" It just seems strange. Not impossible necessarily, but just strange. So, yeah, it threw those red flags up right away. Yeah, I'll be right back here, guys. I'm going to take like a quick 5-minute break here and grab something to drink real quick. So, yeah, I'll throw it over on the music screen real quick. And I'll see you guys here shortly. But sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm updated and checking on my streaming software here before I do this. Wow, 2 hours they've been going now. Crazy. It never feels like it. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, just a quick one. I just ran real quick and grabbed something out of the refrigerator here. All right. Catch up here real quick. Cameo. I have heard of that site. Yeah, I know. Urban Ghost, Urban Exploration does Cameo. Oh, if we're talking about the YouTube or the Facebook stuff, yeah, I thought it was kind of odd. Definitely one of those scenarios where it's probably too good to be true. Yeah, not to give them any advice, but it would have been a lot more believable if they just claimed to be somebody lower down the ranks. It'd be like Mark Zuckerberg contacting me and being like, "Hey, you know, my assistant's a big fan of yours. Will you make a video for it?" It's like Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't contact me. Like, not to say like he's too good for me or anything, but it's like he's probably concentrating on other Facebook stuff, right? He's not gonna take time to email somebody for that reason, you know. Oh, a stalker. I'd be willing to talk in generalities. I don't want to give any personal information away, just in case somebody might know them. They weren't exactly invisible on the channels, so I don't want to like. There's a lot of different reasons I don't want to call anybody out, including some potential. And again, I don't want to say this to insult them, but it's some potential emotional issues and things like that where I don't necessarily 100%. There's probably some bad stuff happen, but I don't. Excuse me, sorry. Some bad stuff happened with some people, and they tried to create some drama. I don't know why they tried to create some drama, but some of it, I think, was some jealousy, thinking that I was playing favorites, and so some people had attempted to sort of, not physically, but tried to attack some of the other subscribers and to spread rumors, and they made some effort to find out where I live, and yeah, so it was sort of a situation and something I had to deal with. And again, it was sort of a failure, and even more so than some of the things that happened, sort of a failure in social media in general. Because some of the stuff I had reported numerous times to different places, like with Twitter or whatnot, and for whatever reason, Twitter would essentially tell me, well, sorry, stalking's not really against our terms of service. Essentially, basically telling me, well, yeah, I guess you'll have to deal with it. And some of the times, honestly, it was like, it was very clearly against their terms of service, whether it was bullying or whatever the case may be, stalking or whatever you want to call it, there was some clear violations of different social media's terms of service and what is supposed to be allowed on platforms, and what people are supposed to be able to message to you, and what information about you people are allowed to sort of tweet out there to the world. And even though they were very clearly breaking these terms of service, these places were essentially just giving them minor slaps on the wrist and saying, oh, well, we're not going to delete your account, but if you erase this, we'll give you access back. Or they would suspend their account, but they would essentially be like, well, but if you create a new account under the same exact name, we're cool with that, though. You can continue contacting these people. And it was just to the point where I couldn't even say no to these people. They essentially could just circumvent the rules, and Twitter just didn't care, and these social media sites just didn't care. It was like, obviously this is the same person. It's the same name, same descriptions, same everything most of the time. Sometimes it was false identities and things like that. But it was like very clear that it was the same person over and over and over and over again. And it was just like, well, that's a new account though. And it's like, well, but it's the same person trying the same stuff. You need to be more on top of this. And so it just went through this whole scenario. And then I had people contacting me who are my friends and saying, hey, is everything okay? This person's been in contact with me and telling me that, they themselves were saying essentially that other people were stalking me. And the people that this person who was trying to save the day claimed was stalking me was nothing more than a fan that had, put a few comments on videos here and there. And it was literally a no big deal situation, but it was sort of like I had somebody who just tried to essentially create drama and turn not only people against me, but also my fans against each other. And so it just turned into this highly complex situation. So, yeah. Yeah, and again, I tried to fight it. I would send back numerous messages saying, it's like, it's clearly against it's like I can read it right here in your terms of service. It's like it's clearly against the rules to be doing what these person's doing. And they would send me back these messages like, and sometimes they were direct responses, and sometimes there was just like that generic like, oh, thanks for contacting us. You people like you are making our social media platform a better location or a better place to be. Unfortunately, that the particular tweet that you reported is not against our terms of service. And it's like I would respond and object or I can't remember what they call it, but you can essentially, an appeal essentially is what it was. I don't know if that's what they call it on Twitter, but you could appeal it and add more information. And I'm like, well, not only is this person contacting other followers of mine and trying to cause drama, but at the same time they're creating new Facebook accounts, or not Facebook, new Twitter accounts and new social media accounts on numerous sites just to continue to stay in contact after you guys have shut down their accounts. And it's like, so why is that in itself not a violation of the terms of service? And it's like, to me, it very clearly is a violation of the terms of service, because if I break the rules and my account gets suspended, but instead of leaving it there, I create a new account and continue to do the same thing over and over, that is a violation. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, and there was some definite stuff that happened. There's some stuff I don't talk about, because again, I don't want people to figure out who it is. And yeah, for better or worse, I am trying to protect their privacy still, because again, I do think there's some other stuff happening in their own lives that maybe they don't have control of. And so I'm trying to be the best possible person I can be, while at the same time making sure to protect myself in situations like that. And so there's definitely some other stuff that happened in the backgrounds, including some not terribly scary, but some scary stuff. And yeah, but and at the same time, I've had I have people make some weird comments across the board, even, people are very opinionated on YouTube, you know. And I've had people say some crazy, not like I've always said, the channel is widely very positive, and most like 95% of the comments are very positive and always supportive. But at the same time, I occasionally get these comments that are just off the wall terrible, whether it's the abandoned locations. People always assume that you don't do things with permission, and I've had people say, oh, well, you deserve to have this happen to you, you deserve to have that happen to you, or if you were on my property, I would have done this to you. And it's like, you don't even know if I was allowed to be there or not. Why are you saying these horribly terrible things about what you would do to me, and you don't even know if I had permission to do what I was doing or not? And but yeah, needless to say, I had some issues for a while, and it's calmed down a lot since then. I don't think it's a problem anymore, so I'm really hoping that it's just done with. But it's like one of those things, it's like you just never know. And it's like I've thought that before, and then out of nowhere, people pop back up, new accounts get made, so I'm hoping. It's one of the reasons some of you have probably noticed, for better or worse, that I don't respond to anything on Twitter anymore. I haven't even been on Twitter in like 2 weeks. I went back on Twitter the last time to get a hold of Xavier from Cryptid Hunter, because I wanted to work on planning this whole Nevada thing out, and that kind of unfortunately got put on hold temporarily. We're definitely going to still do it. But I don't want to say too much, but I've said before, to show some support to Xavier, because he's struggled with some different problems health-wise, not mentally. He's perfect mentally sound person and a great guy, but he's struggled with some stuff over the last I don't know if it's the last few years or how long it's been going on, but he's had some things, some struggles that he's been dealing with, and so that kind of prevented us from getting together last time. And so I'm really hoping to get together with him soon, because it wasn't really intended to not. I should have already been to Nevada and back by now, essentially. So. Oh, happy birthday, Laura. Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. Yeah, there's seems to be lots of October birthdays in this group. So, yeah, absolutely. Big shout out. Yeah, we're getting very close to Halloween right now. What are we at? The 26th of October, so we're not too far away. Oh yeah, well, thank you, Savannah. Yeah, birthday wishes from Savannah to Laura there. Appreciate you guys. I like that you guys are friendly with each other too. I appreciate that we kind of create sort of a group here, and every stream and every channel sort of has its own makeup, and some of it's not necessarily bad. I have friends that sort of playfully just make fun of each other, and I think that's great too. At the same time, I think it's great that there's like channels like this where it's sort of just support. But at the same time, I don't think it's bad to, obviously I see people in here play around with each other or joke with each other too, so, and there's nothing wrong with that. Annual parade. Oh, a Halloween parade. Yeah, that probably would be a big one for the drinking. It's definitely a party type holiday. It's not like historical or like religious in nature at all. So yeah, I think it definitely brings on the partiers for sure. some of the historical ones though too. I can't imagine there's too many sober people with all of the different like 4th of July parties and all that. I've seen too many things. I've only almost been literally either almost killed or almost horribly injured by some of that. I remember, not that I can claim that I'm innocent myself, but like I know at a Halloween party, somebody had been drinking too much, and we were all firing off fireworks, the big ones, and somebody accidentally kicked one of the big mortars, like the ones you see at the shows, and they accidentally kicked the tube over, and the tube shot out the mortar straight at us. And so, you're sort of running away, and then you see the gigantic explosion of the firework, and instead of seeing it way up in the air, you're seeing the individual pieces fly by your head, and hoping that none of them hit you. So I've definitely been in some situations where I've almost been taken out by people that were partying a little bit too hard. But then again, I can't really complain because I've also been a part of some less than intelligent things. Like I remember we did what are the Roman candles? That's what they're called. We did a Roman candle war one year, and I still to this day have a scar on my side from where I got hit by a Roman candle. Mummers Parade. I've never actually heard of that. I'll have to look that up. It's an interesting name. Hey there, Jennifer. Good to see you. Not doing too bad. Survived a catfishing attempt earlier today, but hanging in there. Doing well. Hope you're doing well too. But yeah, lots of interesting subjects here tonight. Kind of a crazy day. Almost feel like I burnt out everything by now. I don't know if there's anything left to even talk about. But yeah. Again, to anybody out there who's doing any sort of social media work at all, just be on the lookout for the this whole Facebook scam, where the Facebook executive is claiming to contact people to get birthday messages. So I keep thinking I'm going to check my email during the stream and see a reply from them claiming to be legit still, even though it took them 9.5 hours plus to respond, and literally I proved them wrong. A German parade, okay. Yeah, we got lots of German immigrants, not recent, but I mean just from 1800s. As some people have seen in the different episodes, I've sort of highlighted different German locations. There was a pretty distinct line of immigration from originally Germany into the United States, and then sort of this line across the U.S., this sort of corridor of German immigration from the East Coast to the West Coast. Oh yeah, I got the Halloween emojis going. Those are cool. I haven't really contacted anybody new recently. I'm just sort of trying to compile a new list of locations and everything, and then I'm going to get a hold of people to maybe do some collaborations with here. But no, I still have everybody on the list and all the different channels, either from my own research or you guys' suggestions. So yeah, if I haven't done any work with anybody yet, it's either just because of that planning. Either somebody might not have gotten in contact with me. I don't know with all the cases. I kind of have my mind, especially recently, is just going every which way. So I don't even know half of the people. So some of the people I have contacted, I don't know. But yeah, I always write down suggestions, and I'll either screenshot it and put it in I have like a specific folder that I make on my computer for planning, for location planning. And so I have almost every time that somebody suggests anybody, I always take it very seriously. So I always take a screenshot of it, and I'll look up their YouTube channel, and yeah. Whoa. Oh, I have a calorie alarm for whenever I think go past 2,500 calories. I'm in a single day, and it went off. I thought I was getting a notification. My apologies. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna be trying to hook up with a lot of the people that a few different people have suggested, and really good suggestions. But yeah, unfortunately, it just with the way things have been going recently, I've sort of just kind of taken a little bit of an extra planning phase and an extra break. Hey, Emmy, welcome back. Yeah, I always find the sister cities interesting. I don't know the whole history behind that. I would love to. That'd be an interesting episode to sort of make. That was sort of like a not necessarily off topic, but I would love to look into the history of sister cities and how that became a thing. I always thought that was kind of strange. I know a lot of towns have them too, and a lot of them are in these strange, small little countries that you haven't heard of, or I mean, there's such a wide variety of stuff like that. I've always kind of wondered in the back of my mind how all that gets set up, how somebody just says, I mean, how do you approach another city government and be like, hey, do you want to be sister cities? Like, that's just a strange thing. Thanks, Savannah. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate you being here tonight. And yeah, if you have to take off, make sure you have a good night. And big shout out and hi to the hubby too. Whoop. Probably should pay attention to which side of the can I'm holding. Whew. Wow. Almost exactly down to the minute. In 10 seconds, we'll be at the 2.5 hour mark. It is taking a lot less toll on my system. I don't know how much worse the quality is. I think it just lowered it down to 30 frames a second. I think it's still at 1080p. I don't know if you guys are streaming at 1080p or if you guys are at 720 on your end. But mine's, from my software, it doesn't show me like resolution. It shows me bit rate, essentially, how much information's being broadcast every second, and that sort of equals out to a certain resolution and frame rate. It's probably not the best description of it, but I've thought about doing the DNA stuff. I know certain ones store your DNA and then sell it. Not like sell your DNA, but like the information, either to the government or to different companies or things like that. So you got to be careful with who you go with, but I think it's very interesting. But Yeah, you definitely want to look at their policies beforehand because a lot of times they sort of claim ownership over that information and include in their terms of service that they have the right to sell your information to different companies or whether it's for advertising purposes or whatever, or to cooperate with different law enforcement, which could be a good thing or a bad thing, I guess. So, it's just something you want to look out for and protect yourself. So, but yeah, I think it's incredibly fascinating. I love the ancestry type research, and I've tried to do some of it in terms of not the DNA side. Obviously, I've tried to look up and find out as much as I can about my own family tree and sort of piece together a family tree to the best of my ability, and get as many people on that list as possible. And it's been kind of fun, but at the same time, I haven't done anything like that. Although I am interested, I think it'd be kind of interesting to see sort of the breakdown of your DNA and how it correlates to different countries and ethnicities and things like that. I think that's really fascinating. Yeah, a lot of them do cooperate with local police and law enforcement. So essentially, they can. Again, it's not always a bad thing, but they can find DNA in a crime scene, and if they don't have any idea who it is, they can sort of send it to like these places that do the ancestry type work, and if that company comes up with a match, then they'll release it to law enforcement. In a sense, it's kind of a good thing, but then in a sense, it's sort of a bad thing because it's sort of subverting, or it's a way to get around warrants. Is essentially what it is, because if a company willingly offers information to you that they already have on file, then you don't need a warrant to get that information. So it's sort of a way to track you and do that search without getting a warrant for that particular company, because they're just offering the information. I didn't realize that. That was an interesting sound. I don't know. Anyway, that must have been a car. I've never heard of Swiss people not having fingerprints. That's interesting. Yeah. I think anytime that a government can get around not having to have a warrant signed by an actual judge, then it sort of is circumventing people's rights to privacy. So it's not necessarily that you're protecting criminals. You're at the end of the day, it's like you're trying to protect your own privacy, but the government's finding a way around that, and I think that's kind of wrong. Obviously, in certain situations, it works out for the better good, but again, it's one of those circumstances where it's like, do you do the wrong thing to achieve the right goal? A lot of times you can have the right idea in mind, the right goal in mind, but you can definitely choose the wrong way to achieve it for sure. Getting rich isn't necessarily a bad thing, but if you're stealing from everybody else and making everybody poor, then that is a bad thing. So it's again just trying to do something good the wrong way. I have heard the envelope licking thing. I don't remember where I heard that. I think there was a movie that had that on it too, which I'm sure was documenting a real life scenario. But yeah, I have heard about the letter licking thing. Yeah, the wind finally died down here, but it's been terrible all day. I think it finally stopped raining too. I looked at the forecast this morning. It was like 10 a.m. to like 10 p.m. like 100% chance of rain, and it pretty much did. Yeah. Yeah, it goes back to that whole thing, being innocent until proven guilty, right? You know? Um, there's got to be protections in place to make sure that people who are innocent aren't being harassed, essentially, right? Yeah. Right. We always want to the goal in mind is to protect people doing the right thing to the highest degree possible while allowing proper investigation to be done, and anytime you can get around those checks and balances is unfortunately a bad thing, even though sometimes it will have some great results. Sometimes you're going to catch that person that you were looking for, but it doesn't mean that they did it the right way. It doesn't mean that they should have been able to. And that's why a lot of the unfortunate part in a lot of cases is that they end up letting people go, because when it gets to trial, the real judge who's doing their real job and doing a good job says, no, you got this information the wrong way, and we're going to throw the case out. So in the end, it kind of ends up, it could screw over anybody. Even, it's like, even though that they're breaking the rules and trying to do so to catch somebody, in the end, if the judge sees that and throws out the case, then what did they accomplish? They accomplished nothing. Now they know the person's guilty, but they still had to let him go. It's like, that's just utterly dumb. So it's like, why do it the wrong way when you're chancing it? Just do it the right way and do the work. Like, it's unfortunate. Sometimes things are going to happen and you're not going to get your man, but at the same time, why risk knowing it's your man, knowing you got him, but then you still have to let him go? Like, that's even worse. Yeah, it's all about equality and fair treatment. Yeah, you gotta vigorously protect innocent people, and that's what it comes down to. I mean, really, that's your number one for any type of freedom whatsoever. You have to vigorously protect the innocent people, even at the expense of finding the bad people, because it's just the right thing to do. You have to make it impossible almost to convict a innocent person, or give them, the every opportunity to prove that they're innocent, as well as, I mean, you never have to prove that you're innocent. You should always be on the other end. Somebody should be proving guilt. You should never have to prove innocence. So yeah, it's vigilantism is what it is. Unfortunately, it's just very popular too in our media. If you ever watch, like, and again, this is not a judgment on actual law enforcement, just on movies. I want to make that very clear. But like, movies very much glamorize vigilantism. Even good movies. Batman's, and Spider-Man and Superman. It's like there's these cherished characters, in our media, in our movies and things. It's like, but at the end of the day, that's a really bad idea. Anytime you give somebody impunity to go out there and fight crime on their own without the rule of law, that's a terrible idea. Batman's a great story, but in real life, it's a terrible idea. You don't want somebody going and dressing in a mask and essentially without any laws, any warrants, anything whatsoever, going out there and capturing these people who they assume to be guilty. You know, it's a terrible, terrible idea in reality, but it makes great movies, you know. In reality, Batman would be in prison for the rest of his life for doing this crime fighting that, you know, he does. Or not Superman, obviously. I mean, if we're going to say that, I guess Superman could break out of any prison because he's Superman. But, you know, these characters would often wind up in the darkest, you know, jail cell, like, for the rest of their lives for doing some of the stuff that, you know, that they do. But again, he makes good stories. I'm not being like anti-Marvel or anti-superhero movie or whatever it is, whatever universe it's from. Yeah, innocent until proven guilty. And unfortunately, in the line of superheroes, there's just not the case. And superheroes are not assuming that these criminals are innocent until proven guilty. They're just going out there and taking people down. It's again, it makes a great movie, but it just it's not a good concept in real life. Yeah, the costumes are a little bit out there too, yeah. I mean, the physics around Superman are a little bit sketchy too. Like, I don't understand how Superman. I think there was a great argument. I don't know if it was a comedian, whoever says that. How does Superman determine the speed that at which he flies, and is it the force in which he puts his arms forward, or is it like what determines? You know, because when you see in the movies he goes faster, he kind of just does this. Like, what is that? What is that doing? You know, what are the physics behind that? And then there's the crazy little things that. I don't know. I'm getting into way too much in the details on this. But I don't know if anybody's seen the. I forget which Superman has the Fortress of Solitude. But it's like the only movie where he like magically pulls his S off of his cape and like throws it at a criminal and takes him out with a magic glowing S. Kind of some weird, sketchy. Not that superheroes are trying to be scientifically correct. Well, I would argue that maybe they are a lot tougher, but I think, yeah, social norms have just sort of insisted that women seem to have to wear a certain type of clothes and men seem to wear another. Yeah, it's that weird. It's like Halloween costumes. If you go to a Halloween costume, like half of women's costumes are the sexy version. And it's like, well, why does it have to be like that? They can just be the normal version too. I might look awesome, but I don't think I'd ever be caught in tights and a cape. I have nothing against men wearing tights and capes, but I don't know it's my thing. If it's your thing, then more power to you, but I don't know if it's helping anybody fight crime, though, either. I don't know if it's like a drag coefficient where they're trying to like be aerodynamic or what the fact is behind it. I don't really think there's any real science behind it, honestly. Just women superheroes. It's just kind of a weird sort of role that they play, I guess. And just costumes in general, yeah. Like, I might do it just for a laugh or like YouTube. Again, I mean, lots of guys wear leggings now, especially in the fitness community. I know lots of YouTubers that swear by the leggings. Like even like famous, like Kevin Hart for sure. If you watch any of his What the Fit videos, he a lot of times wears the leggings and things like that for workout purposes. I mean, I don't really care if people wear it just for fashion. I don't care. You can be whatever you want. I don't care. But I mean, I feel like there's both fashion uses as well as a sort of a real world uses. Not real world, but practical uses, I guess. Yeah, it reminds me of like the what's the old Conan the Barbarian and stuff like that. It's like even the female warriors are like dressed in like fur bikinis. It's like that's not really practical. They'd probably just be wearing armor like everybody else. I'm all about the strong women. I know there's a lot of women out there that could beat the crap out of me, so I have no problem with that. I'm 5'4" and 140 pounds. Like, there's a lot of people bigger than me, men and women, so I have no problem with any of that. It doesn't bug me. But yeah, it's weird, yeah, sort of, especially in media. It's just sort of this strange distinction that wouldn't, even though like I don't necessarily think that like I don't necessarily think that people don't think that way in real life. Obviously, there's a lot of people that sort of apply those stereotypes to real life too. But at the same time, like there's clearly like this line in the sand where it wouldn't even be possible, especially in like warlike scenarios where you need like armor, like some people are saying, and different types of things like that. It's like that would just never work. And in the same argument, like I've had a lot of really big bodybuilder types see me getting tattoos and be like, I'd never do that. Same size as Billy Idol. I did not know that. I know I'm relatively the same size as Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day too, and apparently look just like before people even knew me. I used to have people come up and take pictures of me and like secretly film me. I had a few people, like when I used to like go to the like local malls and all that, some people would run up excited and then get to me and realize that I wasn't the lead singer of Green Day, and they'd be like, "Oh man, I thought that Billy Joe Armstrong was literally walking through the mall. I was going to get an autograph, and then I got close to you and realized that it wasn't actually him." Actually, I've had well over 100 people tell me that over the years. Like, not even joking. That's a real number. I've had well over 100 people approach me and tell me that I look exactly like him, film me in restaurants, well before I had a YouTube channel, before I would have been recognized in any way. Tattoos, it just depends on where you get them. Yeah, the more muscular the area of the body, the less painful it's going to be. So anything that's between you and the bone. So if the hand tattoos, the palm tattoos, they can be kind of painful. But like when you get down to the more muscular areas, like even like on my arm wasn't bad at all. I didn't mind it. It is addicting, though. I don't know many people that don't go back for at least a second, and if not a third, and usually it ends up snowballing into much more than that. Thank you, Jade. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like him, though. I'm a big fan of Billy Joe Armstrong. I almost got to meet him. Unfortunately, I only got to meet the drummer, Trey Cool, who is very much shorter than I am as far as I know. I remember slightly standing above him. If he's shorter than me, it's not by very much. But, like, they're all fairly short guys. I think Billy Joe Armstrong is like 5'7", something like that. Thank you, Hardboiled. Appreciate that. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I almost got to meet all of them at the it was 2005, the world tour. It wasn't a specific album. It was just a world tour. It was a mixed tour of all their different albums. So it wasn't the American Idiot tour, and it wasn't the newer Uno Dos Tres or anything like that. Trey Cool, oh, he was awesome. I mean, he stopped his tour bus in the middle of the street and ran out of it, and just sat there and signed autograph after autograph after autograph in the middle of the road. I guess on the side of the street. But the tour bus was essentially leaving, and he stopped the tour bus to get out again and sign autographs. Which is weird because Green Day is so big now that they all have individual tour buses. So it was just Trey Cool's bus. Like Billy Joe Armstrong was like still inside the stadium signing stuff inside, and Trey Cool was just in his own bus getting ready to leave towards the next show, and he stopped the tour bus and got out. Really funny guy. Incredible energy. After the entire show, just had to be exhausted, but just running around, making jokes, pulled a couple people on the tour bus for a minute. Like, it was just kind of a joke, but just like that high level of energy. He just there to entertain people and make people happy, and didn't care that he had just put on like a 3-4 hour show. And probably, again, just I'm sure deep inside he wanted nothing more than just to go to sleep and get some rest before the next show, which is probably the very next day. And instead he took time and signed probably 100 autographs. Just surrounded, People were just running. And it's just crowds of people running after the bus. And instead of, nowadays I feel like a lot of people wouldn't even stop. It's considered a security threat. It's considered all kinds of things. And instead he just stopped the bus right there on the side of the road. Wasn't in the concert. It wasn't near the stadium. I mean, it was near the stadium, but it was down the road. They had pulled out of because a lot of the stadiums have the underground parking, and the buses will park down there. And so they had come up, started to drive away. He saw that fans were running after the bus, and he told them to stop. And got out, and no security, none whatsoever. One of the most famous rock stars in the world, surrounded by fans, not afraid. Yeah, it was a great experience. I mean, really shows you how much some of them care about the people that listen to their music and come to their shows. Because, I mean, from somebody who's met hundreds of rock stars, some of them do not care. I've been to meet and greets where it's just sign the poster and move on. You can say whatever you want to them, and sometimes the bands are just like, okay, whatever. Just, all right, I signed your autograph, now just move to the next person. I don't really care. And the absolute opposite of that with Green Day. They just thoroughly love their fans. Like, he did not in any way, shape, or form. The bus was, I should mention, the bus was outrunning the crowd. He had no reason to stop. He stopped anyway. So, loves his fans. I mean, just to a ridiculous amount. But yeah, some bands just do not care. They really don't. And I'm not gonna name names, and I don't know that I remember each band that was nice or not nice. But some of those bands, it's just a job. I mean, I'm sure they love music, but at the same time, like when you go to the meet and greets, again, it's just a line of people. Somebody's shooting fireworks off outside. Sometimes it's just a line of people, and one after the next, after the next, after the next. I have no idea what that means, but thanks to the people who are joining us. And I have no idea what haunted trucking is. That's fine. I don't really mind. It's all good. People can come in and say whatever they want as long as they're not being too offensive, or I'll start banning people. Julie Murray. Well, awesome. I appreciate any support. Thank you guys for being here. Oh, I didn't think it seemed negative in any way. Everybody just seems to be putting hashtags down. That's fine. More power. That's fine. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for joining us here tonight. I don't know who's firing off fireworks. There's like a party going on somewhere. Somebody's firing fireworks off. I can't see them, but I can hear them. And then I can hear like people. Awesome. Yeah, I've never had I don't think I've ever been rated before on one of the streams. So many thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm trying to go back and. Somebody just said who it was, and it. Sorry, I'm getting caught up trying to go through everybody's comments. That's awesome, though. Thank you guys so much. Oh, that's right, Julie Murray. Well, many thanks to Julie Murray. I appreciate that. Thank you for sending people my way. That's amazing. I think the last time I saw a raid, I was watching a stream on Twitch, so I didn't even really assume it was a thing. I mean, I knew it probably was a thing on YouTube, but it's like one of those things you never really expect. So yeah, many thanks to everybody for showing up. I appreciate all of you guys being here. And a big shout out to Julie for sending people my way. So yeah, I mean, so that's my Green Day story. I think I've told a few other rock stories and whatnot in here. But yeah, I've had the chance to meet so many rock and roll bands and so many amazing musical artists. But yeah, you find out real quick that there is a group of people that just truly are passionate about not only the music but their fans, and then there's people who again treat it more like your average I don't even know what you would call it. Just I mean, it's just, it's just a routine, again, just sign the poster, move it down the line to the next band member, They sign it, they pass it down. They might say hi, they might acknowledge you and kind of give you a smile, but at the end of the day, they don't. They're everything about what they're doing. They love all their fans, and they will have as much of a conversation with you as possible. Oh, Carol sent them over. Okay, well, thank you, Carol. I appreciate that so much. My bad if I'm saying the wrong names. So many comments came in so quickly. I'm trying to give some credit where it's due, and my apologies. Haunted trucking. I don't know exactly what that's referring to, but I know some great haunted stories about trucking. If you want some great stories, if you ever look up, I think it's in Texas, Highway 666, which I think is not named that anymore. I think they changed the name because so many people were stealing the signs. But there used to be a highway that was it was like Route 66, but it was Route 666, and so many people would go out and collect the signs so they could bring them back and have it as a souvenir. They ended up changing it permanently. So I don't know if that's anything close to what we're talking about there, or if it's just a raid hashtag or what it is. But there's some great stories. Some of the best, honestly, haunted stories come from truckers. I mean, they see some crazy stuff on the road, and I've heard some great stories, especially from that particular highway. There's a lot of cool stories, a lot of first-hand accounts. Party with Molly Hatchet, that's awesome. Yeah, some stories, it's like the whole Vegas idea. Sometimes the stories can spread, and sometimes you just got to keep that for yourself and keep that for the private memories. The Ghost Adventures did a one on it. That's cool. Yeah. But again, I don't know if that's what that hashtag necessarily was referring to. But if that was close, I mean, some excellent stories there. I'd love to go over some of that stuff. I'd actually would love to do that if I end up taking. I don't know how to figure out what the highway is actually called now. A statute of limitations. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up too while I'm saying all this stuff. Yeah, it's always sad when the music. I mean, anytime anybody passes away, it's sad, but especially when they're such a national treasure. In fact, I'll grab it real quick. Hold on. I was going through my old memories the other day, and back when I was a photographer for the radio station and doing the rock and roll photography, I received this, which is a signed poster from Static X, including a signature here from Wayne Static, who has now sadly left us. And definitely a treasured memory. I didn't realize I still had it, and I found it all folded up and sort of wrinkled, and I think now I'm going to try to frame it. So one of my experiences photographing, I was there at the show that night photographing. Obviously he didn't pass away that night, but I mean, I was at several years before that. I was at the Static X show, and sadly now he is no longer with us. But I'm happy to always have this with me. So that's my experience right there with one of our great rock and roll artists who is now no longer with us. So and such a genuinely nice guy. One of those people that almost they're not awkward because they're not wanting to talk to you, but he was like Wayne Static was awkward because he didn't really realize why he was being treated special. Oh yeah, I'm actually gonna frame it and hang it up somewhere in here. But I mean, the most normal person you could ever meet. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, hard boiled. It's like, yeah, you. I'm just happy I was able to be a part of it, even in that tiny little way. I photographed him at that show, and I think that was the only show I ever photographed Static X. But we had the meet and greet, and went through and got the signatures, and yeah, just incredible. I mean, again, just humble people, just crazy humble. Like, yeah, and yeah, I'm happy to have done it, and happy to have met him, and all of them. I mean, they were all real nice. Oh yeah, I truly cherish all of the shows that I got to go to, and I had an amazing, like, a lot of people don't get to do that ever. I mean, I've been to, like I said, I've met hundreds of bands. I mean, sometimes, yeah, obviously, shows have 4 or 5 bands, but so there's that. But at the same time, hundreds of these bands came through, and I got to meet them and talk to them and hang out with them and have these different experiences. And like I said, some of them even follow me to this day, and seem to at least remember at least slightly who I am. And like I said, not too long ago, Five Finger Death Punch contacted me to ask to use some of my photos on one of their pages. I think it was long enough ago that they were asking for their Facebook page, or not Facebook, but MySpace page. But yeah, I mean, like I said, even a few that I didn't even realize knew who I was. I found out that they were following me on Twitter before I was following them, and I almost felt kind of bad. It was like they clearly recognized, at least back then, who I was, and made sure to give me a follow, as at least I could be in some sort of connection. Obviously, they're not friends with me. It's not like they're calling me or emailing me or whatever. But at the same time, it's like they at least showed me enough of respect to follow me and at least acknowledge the fact that I had photographed them. And so I truly appreciate that. And some amazing people I met. I've always bragged about, not about meeting, but about the guys at like Blackstone Cherry, just literally the nicest guys you've ever met. It's like I think I photographed them 3 or 4 different times, and they would approach me. It'd be like they would get done signing autographs and come over to me and be like, "Hey, how you doing? Yeah, what's changed? What's new? You got any new equipment? The bass player is a photographer. He does that not really on the side, but as sort of a hobby or whatever. And so we would sort of just talk, just talk about photography, talk about music, talk about whatever, and it was a really great experience, and something that I will always take with me, and yeah, I just it was really lucky, the situation I landed in. They live a crazy life. It's insane. And as much as people talk about like the different things, like obviously like the drugs and the drinking and all that, is like it's like some of it's not necessarily the smartest thing in the world, but at the same time I give some of them a pass, because it's like, which one of us could live a tour lifestyle? It's like, man, that life is so hard. Like, to put that amount of energy out every single night, and then fall asleep in a tour bus, wake up the next day, go to your sound check, go to rehearsals, practice your instrument, and then get back up on the stage and give this killer performance to another group, and then essentially repeat sometimes hundreds of times. Some of these bands are doing hundreds of shows a year. Literally, there's bands that perform 200 times a year. You know, these people are just tour monsters, and they, I mean, obviously party. But at the same time, it's like they'd probably, if they didn't party, they might burn out anyway. But I will give it to like Blackstone Cherry. They were like completely completely straight edge after the first few years, which I don't really mind people that party or whatever, but it was just crazy because it was like, there was the bands that sort of were the big partiers, and I think that sort of, in some way, shape, or form, while you might end up having burnout at some point, it does help them for a while to sort of stay sane. And then there's these bands that just don't do anything, and it's like, it almost seems like the tour alone should rip them apart. Yeah, and some of them it's like sort of like a Rolling Stones type situation where you're wondering why they're even still alive. Like, some of them are just so. I've talked to bands that are like, I did this, and this, and I didn't even realize what city I was waking up in. And it's like you don't realize how they do it without, but you don't realize how they do it with it. Like, it's almost like these crazy extremes where it's like almost impossible from any angle, whether they're on a substance or off of a substance. It just seems like equally hard in either direction. Either it's helping them to get through the tour, but then it's burning them out being on that substance, or they're not doing anything whatsoever, and you're like, how do you even survive, period? Yeah, it's crazy how fame will affect people. A lot of people will end up, doing crazy things, and really, I guess, stabbing people in the back and doing things that they wouldn't normally do in normal situations in order to get access to certain people or certain situations, certain opportunities. And yeah, it's unfortunate. It can change you, or it can make you. If you do it right, then you're gonna get fame, you're gonna get respect, you're gonna get love. And if you do it wrong, you could ultimately destroy yourself from so many different angles. Whether it's the fame that destroy you, whether it's the drugs that destroy you, whether it's the touring that destroy you. It's everything with moderation. Don't over party, over tour, over create. It's the same almost in any field, just slightly different details. Even with YouTube, you can overdo it and you can burn yourself out, and it can be really, really unhealthy. So I think it gives me a unique perspective at the very least to know and to have talked to so many people who have toured, to really sort of be able to use that in my own career, not necessarily being, obviously I'm not a famous musician. I am a musician, but I have thus far not used that for this platform. But at the same time, I can use a lot of that advice for my own good, to kind of be like, okay, now you got to stop. Now you got to take a break, because otherwise you're going to end up like one of them, and one of the bad cases, Thank you, Heartboy. I appreciate that. I try. I don't ever try to brag about it, or I try to be humble about the things that I know and just relate my own experiences. But I definitely I will say I've had an interesting life for sure, and I've had a lot of different experiences that I think have really added towards just the collective sum of it all. Yeah, I think when you let it be all about the fame, I think that's when it really gets to be toxic, you know. If you're just worried about becoming the most famous that you can possibly be instead of being appreciated for what you really are, then it becomes toxic. If you're just truly passionate and you become famous as a result, then you're going to be happy. Just do what you do what you love. Don't necessarily care what other people think. Don't do things that hurt other people, but at the same time, don't necessarily, take the negative opinions to heart, and don't let people's negative opinions or their dislike of certain things destroy you. But at the same time, just do it your best, do it your hardest, do it to the biggest extent that you can do it. Again, without burning yourself out, just, and I think that's the people that are the most successful, They're the people that at the end of the day, they do what they do to such a huge level, but at the end of the day, they would never see their life without that, in it, whether it's music, whether it's technology, whether it's acting, whatever it might be, they work so hard because they would never imagine their life without that. I think that's what it is with creating with me. I create on a lot of different levels, but at the end of the day, I feel like, I don't know what I would do, I didn't ever feel like I fit in other areas anyway, even stuff that I was good in. It's like, even in the tech world, it was like, I always loved tech and whatnot, but at the end of the day, I didn't feel like that was a fit. I felt like I needed to be somewhere where I could create something of my own. So that's where I am, Yeah, I think it's gotten to a certain point. I think there can be a healthy way to do it, but I think again it's come to that point where it's it's like there's a good side of social media and a bad side of social media, and a lot of people feel like they have to do everything at once because that's the norm. You got to have your YouTube account, you have to have your Facebook account, you have to have your Instagram account, you have to have every account and be uploading to it every day or updating it every day or updating it multiple times a day, and then it just either burns you out or turns you into that type of person just doesn't really care, and we're definitely going through a transition. We need to utilize the platforms that we have, but at the same time not overutilize and overdo what we're doing. It's like it's not, at a certain point there's diminishing returns, right? It's like, don't do it to the point where you're taking away from the value of everything else that you're doing. Do it to the point where it builds up what you're good at. If you're good at music, build up your music. Don't feel like you need to all of a sudden bring everybody into, your cooking life or your, whatever life. You don't have to do everything. If that's what you want to do it. But don't feel like you have to do everything. Just do what you're good at and use the platforms to build that. Don't try to be this all-encompassing celebrity. And I think that's where it turns toxic, when people feel like they have to be a celebrity for the sake of being a celebrity. Just if you get well known, it's because people enjoy what you do and are entertained and like you as a person, and it doesn't necessarily have to continue on. You might be a great musician and a terrible actor, so why pursue acting? If you're pursuing it just because you feel like you have to, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons, and you're going to be terrible at it. You just can't let it destroy you. There's people that let it destroy them, and there's people that just do it because they can never imagine. Like I said, you could never imagine your life without it. If you can never imagine your life without music, and you feel like you have the strength to make a career out of it, I think it'll come naturally. It's like Keith Richards. How many people have said he should have been dead by now? He's still doing what he loves, right? You got these crazy bands out there that are still on tour, you know. Well, then you got bands that have completely disappeared. And some of them didn't have what it took. Some of them retired, you know. We'll give them their, you know, the credit if that's where the credit's due, for sure. But some of them do burn out, and they just leave the scene forever. And it's sort of a tragedy for everybody, because, you know, obviously it probably negatively affects their life too, because that's what they love to do. And now they just don't have the ability to do it anymore because they're burned out. For sure, yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. And I think that's some of the trap too, is that in sort of our current day and age, it seems like everybody has to have the social media, and we sort of push that, you know, everybody's got to get those likes, everybody's got to get those followers, and it's like, no, not at all. Some people are just private people, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, you know. I only do it because I have an interest in doing it. And because I feel like I have something to share, whether it's my music or the travels or whatever it is. I don't necessarily just want to do it to be famous. Like, you know, at the end of the day, what good is it if everybody knows your name but no one respects what you do, right? You know, so there's plenty of famous people, but you know, I just want to be an artist, not the most famous person in the world, you know. I definitely want people to know who I am, for sure. I think there's a certain level of it that's attention-based. I like it when people know who I am. I appreciate all the comments and all of the things that you guys say. But if it was just because I was me and not, you know, me, the artist, the creator, the YouTuber, the musician, I don't think I would find any value in it. If people are just calling my name as I walk down the street because they just knew who I was, I don't know I'd care so much. I just like what I do, you know. And that's why I'm probably I find it's probably a lot easier for me to sometimes take the breaks, because it's like, at the end of the day, if I don't like what I'm doing, I'm just not going to do it. You know, or I'm going to take a break if I need it. I'm not necessarily, I mean, I can't say it doesn't worry me, but at the same time, I don't try to go beyond the limits. I try to take those breaks, you know. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about being behind the scenes for a while, you know, to whatever degree that is, whether you're just choosing not to create and to support other creators, to work on the back end of helping other people create things, you know, whatever it might be. There's all kinds of crazy, amazing things people can do, but yet still not necessarily be in the spotlight, you know. Yeah. It's definitely not in the best, social media is not in the best place right now, for sure. But yeah, there are a few people out there. There's a decent amount of people that use it the right way. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there that just crave that attention for whatever reason, and you know, not that there's anything necessarily inherently wrong with that, but like, you know, when it gets to the point where you feel like you have to do everything for the camera, you know, whatever it is, whether it's having fun, going out with your friends, you know, when everything becomes a publicity stunt for the camera, and you can't actually just go out and do something for the sheer fun of it, I think that's when it really becomes a huge problem, you know. Like, you know, just the other day, I mean, I was literally with Rob and Joe, you know. You know, did we end up making anything? No, but I was happy to see him. You know, it was great. It was fun. You know, And at the end of the day, I think we all kind of felt bad that we didn't make anything. But at the end of the day, I made sure to send him a message to say, I'm happy to meet up anytime for any reason. You guys, I want you to be in my life, and I consider you friends. I don't need or feel the need to create every time we're together. Hit me up anytime. And that's exactly what I told them. And they're the same way. It's just like, hey, well, we gave it our best, and it was good to see you again. Here's to the next time around. Same thing in California, Nevada, Idaho. All those guys, all those channels that I met up with. I mean, there's plenty of stuff that happened that wasn't on film. After Ryan and I from RJ32 got together and filmed for several hours, we went out to eat and just sat down and had a conversation. When I was with Xavier in Nevada, we checked out, it was like the oldest bar in Nevada. It was like sort of like a bar and grill sort of restaurant slash bar where they had like these there was like still supposedly like bullets in the wall from like old Wild West gunfights and all that, and none of that's on film, but we had a good time doing it, and and there was times with the guys in the Urban Ghost Urban Exploration and Holy Walkers where when we were in Alabama, where we were just hanging out, just enjoying each other's company, just talking about our own experiences and how it had affected our lives, and not necessarily doing it for the camera, just doing it because we wanted to be there, and I think to a lot of extent I enjoy and appreciate that just as much as all the other stuff. I've been meaning to do some stuff in the Upper Peninsula. It's been a long time since I've been that far up in Michigan. Probably since no, I've been to Canada since then. I was going to say the last time I went to Canada, but that's not true. I've went to Canada numerous times through Detroit, but when I went deep into Canada, when I took the train trip, I went through the Upper Peninsula through Sault Ste. Marie. But yeah, crazy, awesome places up there, really, really wild, and a lot to see too. No, but yeah, I agree, Jade. It's coming, like I said, to a toxic level, or people are just in it for the views or the likes or whatever, and it's like film anything and everything, just to see what gets the most views. Yeah, I feel like my journey has been more to I've tried to put a lot more emphasis on just meeting new people, making new friends, living my best life, seeing as many places as I possibly can see, living as many experiences as I possibly can live, and yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons I wanted to do a travel series to begin with. Obviously I always intended to do some sort of music in the end, but the travel was specifically about that, meet people, learn things, see things, go places that I've never been, check places off the list, try to accomplish goals like that. And it's really what made it worthwhile. Yeah, more so than counting the number of people that, click the follow button or click that subscribe button, even though that's great too. It's great to see your hard work pay off, and there's nothing wrong with that. But If that's the only way you're gauging yourself, then you're always gonna, you know, 16 or 17, I always said like one of my goals was to travel to every single country in the world, travel to every single state, just to see what it all looked like. And it's one of the reasons I drive too instead of fly. I think there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more that you see, and you get that slow, ever-changing experience of really seeing the different extremes that each place goes to. You know, from being in these sort of temperate forest regions in like your upper states, your northern states, to being in these like crazy desert regions, to like going to places like Utah where it feels like you're literally driving on the surface of the moon, you know, and you really find out how different really even one single country can be. Yeah, I agree. I think life itself is one big adventure, and sort of pigeonhole yourself into one place or one thing, or you know, even traveling to one place to sort of vacation or whatever. I just want to get the most out of it, you know. There's sort of that trap of stagnation where you just stop. And honestly, I think in my own experience, it feels like time travels much faster when I'm actually not doing things. It's like I feel like I'm losing time. But then like when I'm traveling and I realize, well, shoot, I've been to, last year I was in California, Idaho, Nevada, and then a few months after that I went to Alabama, and then a few months after that I went down to Indianapolis, and then, after that I traveled a bunch locally, and then I went back to Chicago and met up with, the guys again, and it's like, in a lot of ways, it's like the years seemed incredibly long to me, because it's like I've packed so much into it, and I could have done more, and it probably would have felt slower than that even. But it's like, the more I do, almost it seems like, to me at least, the more time I have. I like packing in more and more stuff, because it's like the more you keep yourself busy, I don't feel like time flies when I'm busy. I honestly don't feel like that. I know some people do, but to me, it's the more I do, the more experiences I have, the more memories I make. It's the more that I feel like I have more time. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Yeah, to me, if I sit still too long, I just drive myself crazy. I feel like I have a real physical and mental need to move, to be on the road, to travel, to just make new experiences. I can't not do it. I think it's natural, though. The natural state of being human was never just to sit around, We are a race of hunter-gatherers, We plant things, we hunt things, we run after things, we travel long distances, and it's our natural state of being, as well as curiosity. And without that, you have to fill that with something, some sort of stimulation. That's life, is stimulation. And if you're not on the move and not doing things to satisfy that, then you're going to find some other reason, other means of satisfying that, you know. Well, that was the shortest fireworks show in the world. I feel like somebody had a party and just fired off whatever fireworks they had left in their garage. It was like, it went off like 3 times, and I heard like a couple people yelling, and then it just ended. That's what I'm saying. It's like 4th of July, 24/7, 365 days a year here. It's like they go really hardcore for 30 days before like the 4th of July, and like for 30 days after the 4th of July, and it's just like mediocre for the rest of the year. Like, I can't tell if someone's hunting way off in the distance in some woods and fired off, you know, like a rifle, or if someone's just firing off spare fireworks. You really never know. It was ridiculous. Sort of. I guess it's fun. Yeah, there's a lot of problems. You know, I think we're, as a society, just still trying to figure ourselves out. And I think part of the problem is that we feel a lot of times the most comfortable when we're doing things that other people have done. We're not reaching out of that or pushing ourselves out of that comfort zone to find what we love. We just kind of sort of fall into patterns. And I think that's a lot of times what puts people in those bad places in life. You know, when you feel like you have to do something because that's what you're meant to do. That whole idea, like I was saying, of, you know, oh, you have to grow up, you have to do this, you have to, you know, you have to get a job, you have to get married, you have to have kids, you have to, you know, go to college, get a college degree, you have to get this job, you have to have, you know, this level of responsibilities, you got to stop doing these things because those are kids stuff, and this other stuff is adult stuff, and it's just this overwhelming push for everybody to be the same thing, and it's not healthy for anybody, and everybody's just sort of got to find their own way, you know. I think there's this weird fear that society is just going to fall apart if we don't all follow these strict rules, you know. Sort of like with nomadic people versus non-nomadic people. It's really hard to be living a nomadic lifestyle in a place like United States, where it's like it's like legally you have to have an address, legally you have to have certain things, and it's like you almost have to make your life a very stable environment, at least with your location, when a lot of people don't like that. You know, there's plenty of societies around the world, whether it's your nomadic desert cultures or different traveling cultures, or people that live, there's a lot of people that live on the water, you know, there's floating villages and towns and things like that, and so many people that live so many different lifestyles, but yet there's just like one overwhelming lifestyle that in modern sort of society we think is the way to be, you know, this white picket fence. Oh, there goes the fireworks. But, you know, this sort of idea of having the white picket fence, you know, 2-story home, so many bedrooms, 2 cars in the garage. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Just do what you love. Do what you want to do. Live your life how you want to live it. You know, just be satisfied with what you do. You know, you can't put everybody in a box, everybody in a mold. Sounds cliche, but it's just true. Yeah, people are just people. They just do the things they do the things they love. Yeah, absolutely. I think that things my way and living my life my way, and to the extent that a lot of times I'd rather throw away success and throw away opportunities just to do it my way. Like, I'm almost militant to a certain extent. Even, one of my favorite, not necessarily quotes, I think I've said it before in the streams, that I always took this sort of advice from the Blink-182 drummer, Travis Barker, and he said that, one of the reasons he started tattooing himself, other than the love of tattoos, is because he knew that he'd never be able to get a regular job if he covered himself in ink. And by eliminating that possibility, he sort of enabled himself to dream big and to accomplish these goals that he wanted to accomplish. And, some of my first tattoos were these highly visible, tattoos on my hands and my arms and my palms, and for sure I've gone to job interviews and just been not laughed at, but people will be like, look, you're just not going to be hireable like this, that you can't have visible tattoos like that in those places and get away with it in these environments. And it's like, okay, fine. Then that's just not what I'm meant for, because I would rather do what I love than be successful at something that I just find, unenjoyable and something that I'm not passionate about. I just don't find the ability to do it. And so I was very happy to do the same myself and put those limitations in certain areas so that I knew that I could flourish in other areas. And it ended up working. And so it's not that I ever lived life with a lot of money, but I certainly have these crazy, amazing experiences that I've had, whether it's meeting all the bands and getting to photograph these people and talk with these people and travel to these places and, do things that normal people never would, because a lot of times I feel like it's just there. It's low-hanging fruit sometimes. Not for everybody, because some people like living that way, but it's low-hanging fruit for some people. It's just, I could do this, and I could make a good living at it, and I could have a big house, and I could have a crazy awesome car. But at the end of the day, I would just be asking myself, why am I doing this? It would always be an end game scenario. And that's when I thought about myself in a traditional career, that's the way it was. How can I get as rich as possible in the least amount of time possible so that I can stop doing the things that I hate and do what I love anyway? What's the quickest way to retirement? And that really was my mindset with a traditional career. With YouTube and social media and the 539 series, I think to myself, I don't ever want to retire. I don't envision a time in my life where I'm like, okay, I'm done. I don't want to do that. But with computers and being in the IT market, it was just like, what's the most amount of money I can make in the least amount of time and just invest it in something that I can just retire. And it was like, once I started doing this, it was just like, you know what, retirement or quitting, ending it all like that it's just something that exists for some people, and I don't see myself doing it ever. I want to do this, Yeah, and I mean, it's different for everybody, but, it's, yeah, you have to define your own level of success, And again, like I said before, some of those people out there truly just don't care in terms of like career-wise. Again, they do stuff in other areas of their life that is fulfilling, and that's fine too. And but to the people out there that aren't like that, definitely find something that you love doing, even if it's at the expense of your own wealth, I guess, your own money-making ability, Because, I mean, it's like with travel. It's like the more I'm out on the road, it's like the less I'm worried about how big my, the place I live is, how much physical stuff I have. It's like I want a few things. There's a few cool things that I want to get, but the level has gone severely down, It's like I want a nice car, or I'd like to fix up my car to be nice and be something cool, but I'm not really aching to have like a Lamborghini or a supercar. I don't really care. My dream is far lower. It's just, I just want something. I wouldn't mind having something cool to drive around, but I don't need something that's showing a certain level of prestige and wealth in my life. I don't want a mansion, but yeah, I wouldn't mind having or being able to, buy a house somewhere or buy like I said, a car or whatever. It's not necessarily that I don't care about those things. It's just, I don't know that I would ever be happy with like that, multi-million-dollar mansion in Beverly Hills. I just don't. To me, that's not interesting. I don't find it desirable. But having a nice house, yeah, sure. Having a nice car, for sure, absolutely. But I'd rather travel than have like, $1 million Bugatti or something like that. Like I don't want some $1 million car that goes 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, and you can take it to the track and drive it 200 miles. I don't care. Just give me a fun car to travel around in. Have some fun in, and get me from one place to another, and that I like I said, I enjoyed being in it, and I'm satisfied. It doesn't need to be for rich people. Yeah, I think the best wealth stories are always the ones where they started out with nothing and made it to everything too. It's not an interesting story to say that you were born wealthy and lived wealthy. There's nothing in between, There's just more wealth, right? And there's more ease of access and, investment and, whatever it is. But, those interesting stories even about rich people are often about the people who were born, in poverty and then were able to climb out of that through just sheer willpower, right? Yeah, it's an amazing story, Jade. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised, well, not you, but I mean, people would be surprised at how much stuff like that can motivate them, I think that's, it's really turning around a bad scenario into something really amazing and into an opportunity. I really respect people like that. Hey there, Juanita. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us. Just chilling here and discussing life. Was a little bit more subject-oriented earlier. I think catfishing is more like pretending you want to date somebody. I feel like that's more... I feel like it was a phishing... They were fishing for information. I don't know that they were technically a catfish. I feel like that's like pretending, pretending I'm somebody's ideal person and sending them fake pictures or something like that. I don't really know if the technical definition of what happened today was catfishing, but phishing for sure. Phishing for information. Speaking of which, I've noticed that in certain spam in your Gmail, if you have Gmail, if you go into your spam folder, they'll actually mark certain emails that they think are phishing with little fish hooks now. I don't know if that's a new thing or an old thing. I just now realized that I was going through some of my email and noticed that some of them were labeled with fish hooks. And then when I looked at them, I realized, okay, they're actually labeling that as phishing. Is it more of a general term? Yeah, I catfishing is a kind of a new term for me. Not incredibly new, obviously. I've known about it for quite some time, but typically in the past when I've talked about it, it's just been a general like phishing sort of definition. I guess it technically all is phishing, but when I say phishing, I mean the when they spell PHISHING, which is an older, maybe not older, but a different term for trying to get information through different means of acting like you're somebody you're not, or acting like you're part of a program that offers opportunity, But wow, yeah, we made it almost to the 4 hours now. Somebody, I was watching a stream earlier. I can't remember what stream it was, but they were talking like about an hour and a half being a very, very long stream, and I kind of thought to myself that, wow, we almost rarely do streams that short here. It's almost always a minimum of 4 hours. Thank you, Juanita. They were actually looking to like physically steal my YouTube channel or get money or access to my bank account. So it was like that type of, it was like a scam essentially. They're trying to like basically like groom me into being comfortable with them as a legitimate business, despite the fact that they were not. They had created a fake website, essentially, in the cheapest way possible, and then claimed to be somebody that they weren't. And yeah, all in an effort to steal something. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was financially related, just because they had mentioned and after you make the video for us, we'll do a paid sponsorship. And I think that was their way in. I think they were going to ask for a direct bank transfer and hope that I would give them my account number and routing number for my bank account so that they could essentially charge my bank account instead of crediting my bank account. So it was like a sponsorship scam is what it was. They were getting in the door by saying that they had a client that was a fan and wanted a happy birthday video. Hey, thanks for watching the channel. I hope you have a happy birthday. And when I started asking more information or for them to verify their identity, they sort of started falling apart at the seams, including making some ridiculous claims. Oh yeah, that's like the ransomware. Well, they'll be like, oh, we noticed that you've been downloading movies and music illegally, and now you're gonna have to pay us $400, and we'll release your control of your computer. But yeah, I've had some experience trying to remove those ransomware viruses in the past from people's computers in my IT days. That was interesting. I actually was able to break through a lot of them. Some of it literally came down to timing, which is a weird thing in IT. Like you had to do certain things very quickly to circumvent certain processes from being able to load up at the beginning of the computer's booting up, and then you could like kill the running processes and remove. There really is a way around. If well, I don't know anymore. There might be some. There's definitely some things that are completely. If you look up, I think it's called blue pill technology. And there's another word for it that I can't remember, but essentially it creates like, it looks like your computer, it looks like your installation of Windows, it looks like everything's there, but at the same time it's technically not. It's technically there's another layer on top, and they're able to control that top layer of everything. It's sort of like a different level of ransomware. Rootkits. The original rootkits were a legal thing that was sold by businesses, which I thought it was really kind of funny, but yet really unethical, because I found the webpage for it. It was a program called Blue Pill, and it literally just described like, how much easier would it be to advertise to all of your customers if you could completely control their computer without their knowledge? And it was like that was their sales pitch and for a legal piece of software. And I think very quickly there was laws made against it, and so I don't think it's legal anymore. But for a while it was just like a sales pitch, like, do you want to take over your clients' computers so that you can send them ads for anything at any time? Yeah, then purchase Blue Pill and we'll help you essentially give them a legal virus. So it was like legal ransomware, but not ransomware because you didn't pay to get it off. You just were completely controlled and inundated with ads, essentially. But yeah, originally it was designed as a legal means of ad control. Or at least there was a push for that. I don't know if that's the absolute original use of it, though, of rootkits. I did hear some stuff about that. It's some people who had lost a bunch of money with ransomware. And yeah, it's sad because a lot of times, you get, especially with like creators like me, if I didn't know what to do, or if there was indeed nothing I could do, if I was all of a sudden to lose all of my footage, and it's like, what can you do but pay these people if you really can't live without, if that's your source of income, and you just lost a month's worth of income because you need to get access to those materials, or you have, God forbid, all of your private data or personal data that you really, family photos or, anything, it's like you don't want to lose all of that. Oh, yeah, Napster. Yeah, it was around the Napster days. And yeah, not being legal doesn't necessarily stop much. A lot of times they hide behind borders, though. They're in countries that don't have any cooperation legally with other countries, and so they don't necessarily have to worry about it. No worries, Juanita. Yeah, I mean, I've just had lots of. Part of my career experience was in information technology, so I've got a lot of experience in all that. Yeah, I've got some interesting behind the scenes sort of stories with different, not getting hacked, but and not doing the hacking, but at the same time, I know some people that have been able to accomplish some crazy stuff, and even just not hacking, but just personal knowledge, like I was saying, with tracking down the Nigerian scammer down to the coffee shop he was sitting in, just a little bit of knowledge in professional training and all that can enable you to do a lot, And I'm sure from the back end, it was pretty scary for someone like that to realize that someone just pinpointed you in like 2 minutes time. They figured out what country you're in, what city you were in, what the name of the coffee shop you're sitting in. It has to be, somewhat scary to someone like that. So yeah, it's like that, with great power comes great responsibility. It's a such a cliche thing to say, but it's so true. It's like, once you know what you know, and once you've studied so much, you can pull off some amazing stuff. And you got to be responsible with it. But yeah, I've known some people that have gone and done some crazy stuff. Nothing too bad, but and I'm sure nothing that they'd get in trouble for these days. But yeah, I've known some people that have done some interesting hacking. Yeah, I think some of the there's actually some interesting channels on YouTube that are essentially vigilante hackers that essentially put themselves in the line of fire so that these people will try and take advantage of them, and then they'll just destroy their computers. There's a lot of scammers that are getting targeted by YouTubers right now. Monty, are you taking off? You have a good night. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you ever get the chance, check it out. It's really funny. You'll see like people doing even just the dumbest, most simplest stuff, like setting up software encryption on scammers' computers and then just hitting the restart button, which essentially means unless you know the full key, you can't decrypt the computer, and so it essentially makes the computer almost unusable. They have to start from scratch. All their information, all their contacts are completely gone. They can't even boot. You have to literally reinstall Windows from scratch. Yeah, I know it's probably getting late for some people. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much to everybody that's stuck around. And yeah, definitely if you guys have to take off, I understand. Have a great night, and hope to see you all in the next one too. I know I'm not going to be on too much longer here. I definitely wanted to make it to the 4-hour mark, which we just crossed, so there's that. But I'll be on for a little bit longer here. We might at least take it to midnight my time at least. That's at least another 15 minutes. Yeah, it's scary. Especially when the people, like I said, some of the worst parts about the scams and the hacking is when they're protected by, like I said, the borders. It's like, it used to be like places like Nigeria. Some of that's kind of fallen by the wayside. There's certain other countries that it comes from now. It just doesn't, it depends. Thank you so much, Monty. I appreciate it. But yeah, the only advice I would offer is that before you pay that fee, before you pay that ransom, take it to somebody and try, because there might be somebody out there that can help you out. Whether it's just taking it into like your local Best Buy and having them take a look at it, whatever the case may be. A lot of times, despite the fact that it seems useless, there are ways around. And from personal experience, I've been able to free people's computers of ransomware that would. I think the last person, it was going to charge them about $300 or $400 to relinquish control back to the owner of the computer, and I was able to crack through it and disable the entire program, and their computer was fine after that. But yeah, it's one of the reasons as an IT person I never use Windows anymore. That's why I became a Mac person, because I worked on so many PCs and repaired so many viruses that I couldn't deal with it anymore. So I just switched over to Apple. And a lot of people don't understand the distinction between the two, and why people are like, oh, there's no viruses for Apple, and it really isn't. There's different things. There's things called Trojan horses. Trojan horses aren't really viruses. They're a different sort of issue, and the key difference is the security. Like with Mac, you can't just give permission. Everything needs a password to install, to run certain things, and there's no viruses that can really circumvent the physical entry of a password from a keyboard. There's certain things you could do to get around it, but before you could get around that, you would first need for them to enter their keyboard or their password via their physical keyboard. So unless the first mistake's made, then you can't actually make it to the. So there's not really a virus that can self-propagate on Macs. But it's not necessarily that Macs are special. It's that they're based on a Unix, which is a different. It's an operating system essentially, just like you see on your Mac. But it's based on that, which is just a inherently more secure system. It's the way Windows runs. Windows provides a lot of these really convenient places for things to hide, which is why things like rootkits and ransomware are possible, because by giving access to certain areas in Windows, it's sort of like being in a line of people in the dark, and somebody telling you where the next person was in line, and the only information you had to go off of is how many step forward that between you and the next person. Since it's pitch black, you don't know if there's 10 people in between you, or you don't know if you're reaching the next person. You just know that the last person said take 10 steps and you'll be at the next person. And sort of there's these like weird blind spots where you can hide code, and only that virus or rootkit can access whatever's in between those areas. And it provides a really easy way for software to say, okay, well, anything between here and here is mine, and the way your computer sees it is like, oh, that's just the next line. But it's like there's so much more in between it. It's like numbering lines on office paper, and if you were to just arbitrarily skip 10 lines, but then start at the next, like 8, 9, 10, okay, I'm going to skip the line 20, but I'm going to call line 20 11. Well, in a Windows environment, your computer just believes that. Whatever code is in between there is just now inaccessible to the system. The computer just believes that that's all gone now. And so whatever's in between there can be any functional control of your system, ransomware, rootkits, things like that. And so your computer literally doesn't even know it's there. It can literally be running code and the computer has no idea that it's there, because it's essentially just saying, no, this is line 11, even though that's line 20. There's all this lines of code in between, and that's simplifying it, but that's essentially what it's doing. when that's not the definition of a virus, but that's a definition of how these ransomware and rootkits work. A virus is just any program that can replicate itself and then send itself out to other systems. Thank you, Jade. No, I would never assume you guys were talking negatively against me. Yeah, there's been some weird scenarios. And sometimes they just claim stuff. They don't necessarily even know what's on your computer. A lot of times, the ransomware will say, "Oh, you have this that's illegal, and this that's illegal, and this that's illegal." And what they're really doing is hoping that you have something on your computer that you're embarrassed of, and so you'll just go ahead and do it. It's not like a lot of the programs don't scan for anything. They're not really like looking at your computer and saying, "Oh, you downloaded this movie illegally. You used a BitTorrent and downloaded that new Hollywood movie," or you have something on your computer you're not allowed to have on your computer. A lot of times it's just assuming that people are doing the wrong thing and hoping that they'll pay you money. So a lot of times when it says that, "Oh, well, we found this, a bunch of illegal movies," they didn't even scan for it. They just basically say, you have it, And to the people who do have it, they might be like, "Oh, I should probably pay," Thank you, Juanita. Yeah, no, I think everybody's kind of on the same page. I think we're more feeling like we're confusing each other. I think we're all good here. No, but I appreciate you guys taking the time to clarify things even among yourselves so that you're not stepping on any toes or hurting people's feelings. That means a lot to me too. Sorry, I feel like nervous now, and not nervous, I just feel like I need to prepare for the next explosion, because they've just been randomly, I thought the fireworks were over and then they randomly started firing off a few more. I don't know if you guys have actually even heard them. I don't know how audible it is. But I'm trying to figure out. It's just got to be. I don't even know. It's not like there's any firework-oriented holiday coming up, so I don't really know what's going on. But we have one of those. What is it? Phantom fireworks, the big professional people. So we have one of those stores here, so you can just kind of go in year-round and just be like, "Okay, I want a bunch of mortars," and they'll just give you what's ever in stock. It's like the big firework people, not like the out-of-state firework people, like with the crazy signs. They're like the straight up pros. I'm not nervous. I just keep looking out, expecting to hear more. I just didn't say it right. I don't mind fireworks. I've had too many fireworks fired directly at me to be nervous about them just going off out my window. I guess I mean it more like a nervous twitch. If I hear them going off, then I expect more, and so I always look to my side just to see if I can catch it going on. When am I going to be back on? I should be doing another live stream tomorrow in the form of the second episode of the podcast. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do it on next, but excuse me. I got a few interesting ideas in mind. Oh yeah, the big one around here are the I don't know what they're called, but they're just the one. They don't make a lot of light at all. they're just a short flash, and then they're the big boom ones, the ones that literally vibrate your windows, rattle the glasses on like your tables, and like those are the big ones around here, like popular ones. I mean, the people just they shoot it off for shock value. Essentially, there's no people will do it in the middle. It'll be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, like middle of August, and you'll just hear boom, and like all the windows will rattle, and it's just somebody just randomly shot up one. Like it's a weird obsession. And there's like weird. We have something. It's actually an urban legend around here called the Big Boom, and it's like random explosions that go off, and they're not fireworks. They're like bigger than those big fireworks, and it happens like several times a year in different places around here, and no one knows where they come from, and no one's ever been able to like triangulate and find out who's doing it, or even what's doing it, like what they're using, if it's homemade, improvised, devices or whatever it might be. But yeah, it's like this weird urban legend around here. There's just people that randomly blow stuff up, not like buildings, but some sort of explosive that makes very, very loud booming noises. No, no, they've actually determined that it's not. It has to be some sort of firework type thing. I don't know exactly all the research that they've done, but it's not associated with sonic booms. Because a lot of us around here, there's a big Air Force base not too far from here, several. So most people in the area are very used to like sonic booms and supersonic jets flying over. It happens all the time. Lots of military activity. I see jets fly over, military helicopters all the time. So we're pretty used to that. So that doesn't faze anybody very much. But no, it's some sort of. It's definitely somebody setting something off. It's not like an air-based thing. Yeah. We have other weird stuff too. We're one of the hum areas. I don't know if you ever heard about the mysterious hums where people think that there's like underground military bases. There's one really near here. I think that's in Bloomington, Indiana. I thought about doing an episode on that. But yeah, there's just a lot of strange urban legends. But I never 100% believe the Air Force bases when they say it's not them either. I figure like even sometimes when it is them, they say it's not them. So yeah, oh for sure. Actually, the two of the Air Force bases around here. Oh man, I can't remember their names now. Two of them are very notorious for having the strange aircraft sightings or the UFOs and all that, and all kinds of like. This is it's really a hot spot for like whether it's UFOs, strange booms, underground hidden bases. Like it's a weird area. The whole state and region is kind of. Yeah, they did a study on the hum, and they said that they determined that it was a exhaust fan, a large exhaust fan on the top of a factory, which I thought was a cop out. Oh yeah, have a good night, Juanita. Thanks for joining us here. Glad to see you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that would be interesting. If they're controlling the weather, I would hope that they would give us some better weather than what they're doing. But I suppose if, like everything else, if they figured out weather control, they would just use it to weaponize it. So Yeah, I think there were a lot of people critical about that finding, and I know people. A lot of people continued to have the experience after they claimed to have fixed the fan, but they claim to do audio surveys, which is possible to do. You can somewhat triangulate where an audio source is coming from, but at the same time, for so many people to complain for such a long distance outside of the actual town, and then for it to be a single exhaust, and I know that they're big exhaust fans. Like I know a lot of times the exhaust vents alone are like 6 feet tall. I know people that have literally their jobs were to go up and clean the exhausts in different factories, and so they really can have huge exhaust systems. But to have a problem to that extent, I really doubt that miles away people are complaining of mysterious hums. It seems a little bit like a lot different scenario and a lot different tone of sound, and I don't know. I would think a bad fan would sound a lot different than what people described as an underground emanating electrical hum. I find that a little bit unbelievable. I would almost find the underground bass more plausible than an exhaust fan. I've never heard about that about Vietnam. I'll have to look that up. But yeah, it just goes to show you if there's any technology available, they'll try and weaponize it somehow. You always got to figure out how to use it against each other. I forgot I had all these old EVPs. I just found my folder full of like 15-year-old EVP sessions that we did at a haunted school. I'll have to play them on one of these streams. Maybe not one of the podcasts. I would do it tonight, but I don't know how much time that's going to take. Oh. Something's coming through. Oh. More Twitch streams. Oh no, yeah. I had a few get stuck on me today too randomly. I had to restart several streams. I was watching the Mr. Beast stream earlier and it kept... I don't know if it... One of them kept, I don't remember which, but both of the streams that I watched cut out, and then one of them just kept cutting out. I kept having to go back. I thought it was my TV at first. It would just hang and hang and hang, and then as soon as I would go back and click on the stream again, it would load just fine. So I don't know. It might be an actual YouTube issue today, because yeah, I've had several issues. I do not have an EVP meter. I used to use... there was a weird way that you could use a multimeter, and it could tell you different... well, obviously, it's all... it does sort of the same task. And EVP meters are technically... metering any electromagnetic activity in the area, including from electrical sources like in the walls and things like that. So like your typical EVP meter isn't much different than like a if you ever seen like the circuit detectors where they'll you can scan your wall and find out if there's live wires behind your wall or whatever. And so I used a lot of times a multimeter to do different things, and it actually worked. I don't remember what the settings I had it on, but it was like you would just hold the probes at a certain distance, and if there was some sort of field in between it, they would have a different sort of resistance, and it would read out differently. Again, I don't remember what it was reading in, but I think it was in resistance, which might be, is electrical resistance ohms? I can't remember. Yeah, that would be really scary. I would never. That would make me take it out immediately. I wouldn't. If anything kept going off randomly, I think I would just be done with it. Out of sight, out of mind. Probably not the best strategy, but. Thanks, Jade. I appreciate that, really. Yeah, I think we've really built quite an amazing community here, and it's always a lot of fun getting on here and doing the live streams. I like the fact that we can even have a themed stream, but still, once all the themed material is done, you can still keep things going collectively and sort of have this ongoing conversation. So yeah, it's been great. It's one of the reasons I'm not so scared about doing more on the second channel and sort of not scaling back, like I've told you guys, like we might just do like on a typical week like 3 a week instead of trying to do 4 a week every single week, because it just was having diminishing returns and not as many people were seeing the videos as when I was doing less. And so I think the idea of just being able to broaden things and release more content on a weekly basis, but instead of trying to necessarily stick to one channel, being able to spread it across the multiple channels so that you guys have different types of content to take in, and not just travel content. I'm kind of almost happy about it in a way. Oh yeah, that would be crazy for it to go off in a haunted place. But yeah, I know what you mean. The only problem with the EVP meters is that it's really easy for false positives when they touch things or come close to things. Cell phones could set them off. Wall outlets, any live wires behind the walls can set them off very easily. So yeah, you can definitely get quite the scare if you walk next to something with a known electromagnetic source. But yeah, in the right circumstance, they're definitely a lot of fun to play around with and see what happens. And I do find it interesting, the people that do the testing with it, where you can ask like the yes and no questions and see which way it goes, or things like that. Yeah, it reminds me of one of the places I was at not too long ago with the really large overhead power lines, and there was so much electromagnetic radiation coming off of them that you could literally hear the hum. I might be misclassifying that. That might not be because of the radiation itself, but rather just the sheer amount of electricity that was traveling through the wire. But then there's like that weird, I think I caught it on film when we were in Alabama doing the haunted bridge, and Todd's spirit box suddenly just went off the wall crazy and started doing stuff that nobody even knew was possible. It was like I know a lot of you know what the standard spirit box sounds like, and it just started like screaming at us, like not like a human scream, but just it was being extraordinarily loud and active, and there wasn't anything around that should have been causing it. And I think they had to pull the batteries completely out of the unit before it would start acting normal again, and then it just went back to the normal operation. But I'd never heard anything like it be so active in my life. And even the guys, I know anybody that watches the UGUE has probably seen that they use the spirit boxes less and less, just because it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between false positives and the real deal. But that was just one of those scenarios where it was handy in there, and it was just really, really weird what happened. Yeah, I suppose it'd be really interesting to live in some place that's haunted. Yeah, I've had some weird experiences with places that I lived, but nothing too concrete. Yeah, I've heard some scary stories out there. The different, I don't know if it's the, what is it, I can't remember my classifications, the poltergeist or whatever, the different things that supposedly can move things around, or, yeah. Sounds scary. I've never had anything like that happen to me. I certainly would not wish to have it happen to anybody or to me. But yeah, I've heard some crazy stories. There was, I don't know I can't comment on the complete legitimacy of the story, but there was a supposed demon house in Gary, Indiana, that was supposedly so haunted that the owners ended up having the whole place torn down. And even I think it was in Gary, Indiana, and I believe the police department even released a statement on it. There you go, Hardboiled. You can man the resistance to the paranormal. Well, yeah, I guess at the very least, if something was communicating from wherever they're communicating from, that at least if they would respect wishes to a certain degree, I guess that's at least something, It obviously would still be a scary experience. Yeah, the living, yeah, absolutely. In a lot of places, yeah, I do find fascination in paranormal or things that can't be explained or whatever. But yeah, I do think that there is somewhat of it's an interesting idea that there's probably in at least a lot of situations, and not to make light of anybody's experiences, but I think definitely for a lot of people, the living are way more scary. But I mean, I guess it's one of those things where it's way more scary until something else way more scary happens, and then all of a sudden you might change your mind. So, I guess it's just individual circumstances. So. You never know. I know a lot of the guys that carry them aren't calling them purses, but the man purses or man bags or shoulder bags are definitely becoming more and more popular. I know I don't carry a purse, but I always carry like one of the backpacks with me. Not necessarily the camera bags, but I carry like the little what's the the soccer, the drawstring backpacks. I don't know if there's a name for them that I'm missing, and I can't remember it, but I always carry some sort of bag with me that I can have extra technology in, or my battery or my power bank, which was around here somewhere. Oh, okay, there it is. But yeah, I'll carry that with me so I can charge my phone on the go, or have spare memory cards with me or whatever. I think it's really handy. And fanny packs are coming back too. Like you can get like Gucci like fanny packs now. European man purse. I mean, whatever people want to do, I don't mind. But yeah, I mean, it really is handy. I think it's been a long time coming. I think as much as in some of the older generations, or back in the 90s and pre-2000s, it's easy to make fun of, but at the same time it's also incredibly handy to have. Like, everybody wants some extra storage. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Poltergeist movie. That was a crazy one. So yeah, that'd be pretty scary. Yeah, I don't think if it happened to me, I probably wouldn't be too worried about really what the explanation was, as much as what in the world could I do to get it to stop, I guess. All good, hard boiled. I don't know. Never known anything else, so I guess I can't comment on it. Yeah, it was easier. Yeah, everybody has some sort of technology that they're carrying on them nowadays. Yeah. Oh, like the blast zone, or like sort of like a smaller. Yeah, that would be a great explanation. But yeah, if you find out that's not the case, then yeah, it kind of brings that scary factor to a whole new level. I kind of feel like it's always scary when it could be something legit, but then it turns out that it's not at all. I feel like it sets you up or sets you up to be a lot more scared. Maybe legit, I don't know. Yeah, I remember when my car club used to do ghost hunting. Sometimes, like, someone had just walked up to the sink and just shoved everything immediately. Like, it was kind of crazy. I never could verify through like video or anything like that it actually happening, but a couple different people did hear it. It just sounded like somebody had got up and decided to wash dishes in the middle of the night. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I think dynamite's one of those things that people don't spell that often. It doesn't really come up in everyday life for most people, unless you work in a mine or at a quarry or something like that. Most of us aren't having any need to really write that one down or type it out. But yeah, that stuff's dangerous and very unstable too. I think it's a lot more stable nowadays. I need to like tighten this thing down somehow a lot better. I feel like it keeps coming loose. Sorry. Hope I'm not making too much noise. Yeah, we would hear strange noises. Mostly, for some reason, it was always the pots and the pans. But like when we were on location, we would see things and hear things that were other than that sort of like poltergeist like activity. Either like, again, I don't know any explanations for any of it, but like visible orbs and like I said in previous streams, like we had a few problems with radios and cell phones cutting out, and a few strange voices, crazy EVPs. Some of these things are just almost horrific to listen to. I don't know if I can play a sample here. Let's see if I can find a... Alright, we're recording. Hello? Is there anything you want to tell us? Can you say anything? No, that's not the one. Why are you here? Oh, see, I need to adjust the volume, because I can hear what's going on in the background. Well, that one's a good one. I don't know if you guys can actually hear that, though. Can you guys hear that now? I can't hear it. I don't have headphones on to monitor it, but it should be playing through your guys' speakers now. Yeah, dowsing is such a weird one because there's so many different things that people use it for. I've always wondered. Yeah, I apologize. I can't hear anything. I don't even know what it's doing. But here, I'll try and go through and enhance some of the different files I have here. I need to adjust some of the volume. I can even see it spiking. I can tell when we're talking. That's not all me either. I don't even know what people are saying, so I apologize if there's anything rude on there. But it's a group of people. All right. I'm not going to play the whole thing, though. I feel like it's just going to be terrible quality unless I, like I said, optimize it a little bit before I put it on, or at least have some sort of headphones on so that I can actually monitor the volume of everything. But if anybody kind of heard that weird staticky stuff in the middle, it just, again, kind of sounds like voices like playing. Like, it just sounds like a conversation's happening, like in the static. So that's a short sample of that. I'll do more of that later. There's probably a good half an hour worth of different EVP sessions that we did. It was in a supposedly haunted school, and it's no longer there. Yeah, I've thought about doing like an episode. I'm a little bit, I don't know. I'm a little bit wary of doing certain stuff on certain channels just because of how the algorithm works, and once you get pigeonholed into one specific thing, it can kind of negatively affect other content. So like if I start releasing videos with EVP sessions in it, it could technically hurt any future music releases on the second channel. So I'm trying to sort of be careful. So I don't know if I might just like sort of not title a live stream with anything to do with EVPs, but like just include them in when I can do like a better edit of the actual audio file, so that I can basically just lower the volume when people are talking, so that it doesn't all of a sudden scream the questions, and then you have to sit there and listen really carefully to see if you hear any voices. That's what I hate about these files. It's they're just raw, so the people talking are very loud, and then the actual strange EVP voices are very quiet and a little bit harder to pick up on. And so I think it sort of puts you in that situation. It's like where you sort of, again, you're leaning in to like really listen hard to what it's saying, and then all of a sudden you get blasted in the ear with a human voice asking a question, and it ends up putting you on guard, and you don't really hear everything. So yeah, I'll have to adjust the volume. Yeah, YouTube's just a different environment these days. But again, if I don't really title the video or tag the video with it should be fine. Although they can discern, the algorithm can discern spoken word, and so it does scan for spoken word. That's one of the reasons that when people cuss a lot in their videos, the algorithm will pick up on it. So, like, just me saying the term, it could scan through and find that, but also those are technically just letters, so I don't think the algorithm will. It might. It is a pattern of letters. Who knows? I don't really know. We'll have to see. But yeah, the scariest ghost of them all, the YouTube algorithm that listens to everything you're saying and watches everything you're doing. Huh. Okay. What are we at now? Wow. We're almost at 5 hours. Okay. I think I'm going to cut this off for the night. I am planning on doing episode 2 of the... wow, I'm getting that tired that I had to think real hard there about the word podcast. Yeah, I do agree. I think that, one person's definition of family friendly is not another person's definition of family friendly, and YouTube is definitely, and it's not about family friendly really as much as it's about advertiser friendly. And so I'm not the most crude person alive, but I'm not quite as family friendly as I am, or advertiser friendly as I am on YouTube. I think I'm a fairly typical alternative person, and not a heck of a lot of things offend me, but at the same time I don't say a lot of offensive things or harsh language, but I'm not perfect either, and I don't, it doesn't bother me. So it is what it is. But then some channels get away with it, and I don't understand that either. There's plenty of channels out there that are just full of it, and they're completely monetized and fine. But it might just be once you get to a certain level, it's like, it's not fair, but it's like once you get to a certain level, you can do whatever you want because you've got an audience that will be very angry if YouTube were to suddenly take you down, or at the very least, the audience is large enough that it can overcome the algorithm to a certain degree. So, anyway, appreciate you all being here. Thanks for staying with me for till this late. I know maybe for some of you it's not that late at night, but it is 12:30 here for me specifically. So I'm just gonna cut it off here just for the fact that I want to at least save something for the stream tomorrow. But again, I am going to make it episode 2 of the alternative of the podcast. It's just the mystery. I think I might call it the mystery cast. I like the whole term of podcast, but I think it kind of has an interesting ring to it just to be the mystery cast. And I don't know. I'm also going to try and start making some artwork and thumbnails and whatnot. So probably tomorrow evening. It depends on, wow, I really got in my face. It depends on if I'm able to get out and travel anywhere real quick and make an episode for 539. My absolute goal is to try and release something on 539 tomorrow too. So if that's the case, it might be like 8 or 9 Eastern time. If for some reason the weather's terrible, I can't get out, the car's having tire pressure problems again, then I might just decide to do it earlier. So if that's the case, probably like 4 or 5 again Eastern time. But I will try and notify everybody somehow. I've been doing a lot more Instagram recently, just because I've been a little bit frustrated with the whole Twitter environment in general, with things that have been happening this year on Twitter that I've talked about earlier in the stream, and other stuff too. It's just, I don't find it to be as useful of a platform for me as it used to be. So I might try and release something like an Instagram story or something to update everybody. So if you're not following me on Instagram, you can check it out through Instagram.com/539productions. You don't necessarily have to be following me or signed in, I think, to view the stories. So I should be able to update that way. And other than that, if I'm going to be home and not on the road, I might try and just do a scheduled stream like you see on a lot of people's YouTube channels. I don't usually do that. I've only done it once before, but I might do an actual scheduled stream so it sort of shows up on your guys' timeline to let you know when it'll be. So be checking YouTube and your notifications or whatever. I'll try and do that because I've been wanting to do that anyway. So what I'll try and just do for everybody is do an actual scheduled stream. So sometime tomorrow it should pop up and tell you when I'll be live. So I'll just do it that way. That way, no matter what you guys have in terms of other social media, you won't have to worry about missing out on it. So we'll again go for the scheduled stream, and as long as that works out, which I don't see any reason for it not to, I'll be able to give you guys a heads up, hopefully 4 or 5 hours ahead of time. So I'm assuming by at least noon I should know if it's gonna be good to go on the travel. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. Again, I don't know how the scheduled streams work with notifications. I think they come through as soon as I schedule it. But I honestly have never encountered it before on my own notifications, so I'm not 100%. So it's either going to be in your timeline or show up in your notifications, and then it should give you an advanced warning of when the stream will be. But at any rate, thank you guys for being here. It was a really good stream. Appreciate it. And again, we'll be getting back on the subject of some maybe some rock and roll, some sort of alternative culture, some sort of subject on like that. But again, always open to any questions that you guys want answered, or any topics that you want to discuss. So many thanks, everybody, and yeah, hope you all have a great night.